And welcome to the January 16th, 2024 zoning meeting of the Charlotte City Council. I now will call this meeting to order, and we'll begin with introductions, and we'll start with our Assistant City Attorney.
Cherie Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Luana Mayfield, Councilmember at Large.
Charles Picard, District 6.
Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, District 1.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Good evening, Tijuana Brown, Charlotte City Council, District 3.
Julie Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
Thank you, everyone. We begin our meeting with an invocation which is entirely to help us solemnize the work that we do, to work together to actualize those things that make our city a better place. We do have the opportunity to have some words about that, and tonight, Councilmember Bakari will give those words to the Charlotte Council. Following that, we will have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please feel free to participate if you would like to. Mr. Bakari.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, please help us to make our comments as concise as possible tonight. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Bakari. If you would now join us in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you all for joining us. I want to give you an explanation for those who are in the chamber or those that are watching us virtually. Our process begins with applications submitted to the planning staff. There are two types of cases on our agenda: decisions and hearings. Decisions are on cases which we have already held a public hearing, and there will be no further public comment. Those are decisions that will come from the council as well as the recommendations from our zoning committee of our planning commission. On our hearings, however, anyone wishing to speak on any of our items that you have, please come down and make sure, if you haven't already, come down and make sure that the city clerk, before the start of your hearing, so that you will be able to participate. When we have our hearings, we have a staff presentation. There's no time limit for the staff. However, the petitioner and those in favor get 3 minutes to combine to present a case unless there are opponents that are signed up to speak, or if the staff is in opposition. If that case, the petitioner gets 10 minutes, the opponent gets 10 minutes combined, and the petitioner gets a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, the staff provides a concise presentation, which I don't think we have any of those today, and the public hearing is closed, and we move to the next public hearing. Petition goes to the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission for review and recommendation, and at this time, I'd like to recognize Douglas Welton, the chair of our Zoning Committee. Mr. Welton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you to council. Hi, my name is Douglas A. Welton, and I'm the chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce the fellow members of our Zoning Committee. Here with me tonight are Rick Winokur, Terry Lansdale, and Shauna Neely. Also on the commission are Will Russell, Clayton Seeley. The Zoning Committee will meet to discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have a public hearing here tonight. The public is welcome to that meeting, but please note, it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact us and provide input. You can find contact information for each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, and back to you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. We also have, since the agenda was prepared and sent to the council and publicized, we've had some changes on deferrals and withdrawals, and I'm going to recognize Mr. Patton to provide those and we have a motion to accept the deferrals and withdrawals that we have. Mr. Patton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have several decisions and hearings deferring this evening. We'll just run through the list of those, starting with item number 23. 2020-071 by 3G Investments and Developments, item 24, 2021-085 by Raven Property Group, item 25, 2021-209 by Coastal Acquisition Entity, item 26, 2023-037 by Shinville Ridge Partners, item 27, 2023-091 by Mecklenburg County, item 28, 2023-122 by Empire Communities, item 30, 2022-09 by Levine Properties, and item 34, 2023-069 by Raven Partners, all decisions deferring to our February 19th meeting. We have several hearings as well, starting with item 35, 2022-079 by Wells Pappas Corporate Parcel Owner LLC, item 36, 2022-121 by RK Investments Charlotte, item 37, 2022-154 by Real Estate Property Holdings LLC, 38, petition 2023-033 by CRD Elizabeth LLC, item 39, petition 2023-138 by Diana Ward, item 40, 2023-018 by NVR Inc., item 41, 2023-132 by Mark Talbot and Freedom Communities, and finally, item 54, 2023-107 by Penmouth Holdings. All hearings also requesting a deferral to our February 19th meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Move to approve the deferrals.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion. All in favor, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Thank you. We also have a policy where we have consent agenda items for our rezoning petitions, and rezoning petition items number 3 through 22 may be considered in one motion except for those items pulled by a council member. Is there any request to have a separate vote on one of the consent items? Any? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to pull item number 10 and item 21.
All right, so with the exception of item 10 and item 21, please note that the remaining items that we have, items 5 and 7, are not included on the consent agenda due to the deferral of that items in the motion just previously taken.
Madam Mayor,
Sorry.
one point of
Another
housekeeping.
one?
Sorry, that's a carryover from our last month
Okay.
item. So it is 3 through 22 with just the exceptions of 10 and 21 that were requested to be pulled by Councilmember Mayfield. The others.
All right, may I have a motion? Thank you. I have a motion and a second. I am required to record each petition number individually. So I'm just going to go through them. Petition 2022-116, 2022-161, 2023-012, petition 2023-045, petition 23-76, petition 2023-83, petition 2023-84, petition 23-86, petition 2023-101, petition 2023-102, petition 2023-10, I'm sorry.
You called out.
I'm sorry, I did call out
86.
10. I cannot even read my own checklist. All right, please withdraw 10 from my notes. The next item is petition, did I stop on 11? 11, 2023-101, 12, 2023-102, 13, 2023-105, 14, 2023-108, 15, 23-109, 16, petition 2023-110, item 17, petition 23-115, item 18, petition 2023-116, item 19, petition 23-118, item 20, petition 2023-119, petition 22, 2023-141.
Move to defer all petitions.
Second.
Move for the approval of the consent agenda with the exception of item 9 and item 22. Do we, any discussion? Yes, Ms.
Madam Mayor, I just
Molina.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment on one of them, and I am absolutely not in opposition. I'm really excited about item number 10 in District 5.
Item 10, that was pulled. Ms. Mayfield asked for a separate vote on that.
Oh, she asked for?
Yes.
Okay,
All right, so you will have an opportunity to speak to that.
I will.
Any other requests for discussion? All in favor of the motion for those consent items with the exceptions of 9 and 21, 10 and 21, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. Now, we will go to first item 9. 10, sorry. 10.
Excuse me.
Item 10, which is a rezoning petition by Stephen Merstead for approximately 47/10 of an acre located on Castleton Road, west of Craig, north of North Sharon Avenue. It's in District 5. The current zoning is A1, and the proposed zoning is 1C. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition, and I want to recognize Ms. Mayfield, who asked that it be taken on separately, followed by Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Patton, the question I had on this, looking at the plan, I just want to clarify if this would allow for a multifamily development to be built right between two residential homes.
Thank you. No. So the N1C district would only allow lot widths of 50 feet and 6,000 square feet or greater, and then the only residential uses would be single-family detached duplex or triplex units.
Thank you.
Ms. Molina?
thank you, Madam Mayor. Actually, I'm excited because of the new zoning, that it's actually going to be changed too, because the area that surrounds it, from what I can see, is completely conducive, and I feel like that's why there was really no opposition to it. So it's one of the ones that I'm actually excited about. So I just wanted to put that on the record, and I'm in full support of it.
All right.
Vote to approve.
We have a motion to
Second.
approve and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the approval of the petition and adopting the zoning committee statement as their own, please raise your hands. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you. So our next item is item 21. It's petition 2023-121 by Christian Brothers Automotive, approximately 1.7 acres located on the west side of Steel Creek, south of Shopton, and north of 485. Current zoning is general commercial. The proposed zoning is general commercial conditional. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. Do I have a motion to approve the petition and adopt the zoning commission statement of consistency as our own?
So moved.
We have a motion?
Second.
Second?
Yes.
All right, we have a second. Any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Patton, do we have any commitments or in our updated UDO language to ensure that vehicles are not stored, say, over 30 days or are in disrepair for over 30 days? Because I know we see a lot of it throughout the city, even if they are screening to ensure with this development that we're not opening the door of more of it.
So the vehicle repair facility that's being proposed and would be potentially approved through this rezoning is for a minor vehicle repair facility. So there's a couple conditions that go along with that. Repair of the vehicles is prohibited outdoors. Merchandise, parts, and supplies have to be stored in an enclosed structure. The facilities have to be screened from interior, side, and rear lot lines. No partially dismantled, wrecked, or junked or discarded vehicles may be stored outdoor on the premises. So it wouldn't apply to something that's under repair that they just move out for a day to wait for parts. But if it's not operable, then it can't be stored outdoors. No vehicles may be stored on site for more than 90 days. So that is a standard that's in this zoning use as well. The sale of new or used vehicles is prohibited, so they couldn't turn around and resell them. And then no work may be conducted in any kind of public or private street. So,
Thank you for that clarification.
All right, is there any other discussion on this item? Yeah, we have a, oh, Ms. Councilmember Brown.
Yeah, thank you so much, Madam Mayor, for allowing me to address. I am looking at, it's a petition 2023-121, and I'm looking on, from the street view, where it's going to be located. But I think Councilmember Mayfield did ask a question. I'm concerned about the eyesores and the storing of the vehicles, because in that area, there's nothing like that in the area. I'm not opposing, I'm just asking a question, but it was already addressed. And just looking at the area that it is coming down 160 on that corner, it's not really a lot of traffic in that area, so I'm not opposed with that. So I guess we can move, I'll be the first to.
Move to close?
Yes. Move to close.
Yeah, second.
I'm sorry. I want to make sure we're on item 2023, 2021.
I'm looking at that. The automotive that's going to be going on the corner of Steel Creek, right there by the Waffle House.
Yes,
Yes. All right, so you have a motion?
A motion to close.
Okay, we have a motion. Well,
yeah,
this is for a decision.
So you want a motion to approve?
So I motion to approve.
Okay, yes, you want to approve. Okay.
Second.
So this has already gone through the hearing process and everything and comments, and so we have a motion on the floor to approve the zoning committee's statement of consistency as our own. All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? All right, let's go now to our additional decisions, and we start with our item 2023.
yeah, item 29.
29. Thank you, Mr. Patton. All right, item 29 is petition 2023-130 by Charlotte Planning Design and Development. It is a text amendment. The purpose of this amendment is to make minor changes to result in better functionality of the UDO. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval. Do I have a motion to approve this petition?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Patton, we have a number of updates which are really good to our current process. Question for you, have you and staff had any conversations regarding clarifying when we don't have to have a site plan? Because right now, we have a pretty big umbrella to possibly reduce that to say within these 10 items, this is what it can be, so that because we have a number of items tonight that we just approved that had no site plan associated with it, for us to be able to communicate with the residents what may be coming next door to them or across from them. Have there been any conversations regarding that type of update?
So it likely wouldn't be something we would incorporate into the UDO because that wouldn't be something that's an ordinance requirement as to when a site plan may be required. Because in some instances, we can look at a project and if it's consistent with our adopted policy map, typically we start that process with looking at it through a conventional lens. One of the things we found on a couple of petitions that have started that route, community conversation has then led to conditional requests. So that, I think that change that we implemented last year is working the way we kind of envisioned it. We don't have a set of parameters when we determine if we want to ask for a conditional or conventional. We have some guidelines we look for. If it's inconsistent, we generally ask for a conditional plan of some sort. If we know there's community concerns or if it was a previous conditional plan, do we need to carry any of those over? But we haven't really memorialized them, and we wouldn't want to do that in a regulatory document. But I will say we are looking at some items to bring forward through TPD and to present to y'all as far as how we're looking at petitions, how we're evaluating inconsistent petitions when we are looking at some of the conditional versus conventional. So I think you'll start to see some of those conversations come to through that committee process over the next few months. So that's where they will likely more live than in a regulatory document like the UDO.
Because I think that might be helpful, because again, some of the items that we approved earlier with no site plan and not having conditions on there, we have a pretty broad umbrella of what could go. And if we can try to figure out how to narrow that down a little to be a little clearer, mainly so that you know, for those who live in the city, you know what's coming across the street from you, next door to you, opposed to it can be any of these 45
Right.
projects.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right, the next item that we have for a decision is.
Did we vote on that?
We
gotta
did not
vote on
vote
it.
on this.
We did not
Okay, we
close
need
the
to
vote,
vote.
no.
All in favor of the item, please raise your hand. This is petition 29. So, okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is petition 2022-0, oh, that's deferred. The item is deferred. The next item is rezoning petition 2022-134 by Muhsin Muhammad, approximately 15 acres on Steel Creek. Since this item has been reviewed, we have changes after the zoning committee's vote, and I'm going to ask Mr. Pettin to describe those changes.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, 2022-134 did have some changes following zoning committee's recommendation, just three that are noted. The petitioner modified the site plan to show the proposed Steel Creek Road right-of-way at 2 feet back a curb with a sidewalk utility easement at that 2 feet behind the sidewalk, so that was a change. They revised the site plan and conditional notes to install curb and gutter along the road frontage on Steel Creek between Outlet Boulevard and Trojan Drive, and also verified that the tree save area matches the previously approved site plan. So those were 3 technical changes that needed to be cleaned up prior to decision. They're fairly minor, and staff does not feel they warrant additional review by the zoning committee.
Move not to return to zoning
Second.
committee.
I have a motion not to return it to the zoning committee. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. And so now, do we have a motion to approve this petition with those changes? And staff and the, as well as the zoning committee recommended approval as well. Do we have a motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one, I just wanted to briefly speak to that. We started this conversation back in 2017, so I'm glad to see that we finally got to the point to move this proposal forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. The next item is rezoning.
We got to vote?
Oh, let's vote, yes. That's such an awkward part of this job. All right, all in favor, please raise your hands. Thank you, everyone. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. We will now go to rezoning petition 2023-13 by Toll Brothers Apartment Living, approximately 19.7 acres north side of Choate Circle between Legree Lane. Current zoning is N1A, and proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. The zoning committee voted 6-1, and staff recommends approval of this discussed as well with the zoning committee. We do have changes that were occurred afterwards, and Mr. Patton, would you go through those?
Yes, thank you, and I did put a 11 by 17 in front of everybody's chairs this evening. We got a site plan amendment after we printed the agenda, so I wanted everybody to just have a copy of that just for reference. Two changes were made, and the first is a petitioner adding a note committing to provide 10 diverse price point housing units, 5 of which would be set aside for residents earning 80% AMI or less, and then 5 which would be set aside for residents earning 120% AMI or less. So a total of 10 units, 5 again at 80% AMI or below, and then the other at 120% AMI. They would be income restricted for a period of no less than 15 years. And then also the final note that was changed is not necessarily a note, excuse me, it was more the configuration, altered some of the building and parking configurations and actually reduced the maximum number of stories on the buildings to 3, which was something that we were looking for as well from early on in our review process. So that's, I think, a positive change to the site plan. And again, staff believes that they're minor, don't really warrant additional review as they didn't really change the overall outcome of the project. And we'll be happy to take any questions.
Can I get a motion on the floor to accept the staff recommendation for the changes being minor?
So moved. Not to send back.
Not to send back to the
Second.
zoning committee.
So moved.
Y'all
we
talk
have a
too
second?
fast. Can y'all slow down for me, please?
Okay. All right, so right now, we have a motion on the floor not to send it back to the zoning committee.
Yeah, I got it now.
All right, any questions or comments or discussion? Discussion on sending it back?
No,
I was
not
just-
for sending it back, so
Okay.
I'll wait for the motion, yeah.
So do we have a motion and a second for
Yes,
not
ma'am.
sending it back? All in favor, please raise your hands. Anyone opposed? Now,
Okay.
do we have a motion to accept the petition as recommended by staff and the zoning committee and adopt the statement of consistency as our own? Do I have a
For
motion?
me. So
We have a motion
Second.
and we have a second. Any discussion? Ms. Ashmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I remember as we were going through discussion, there was a question about park dedication. Could you just get me up to speed on what transpired after that?
Yeah, let me pull up the latest. I do believe everything was addressed from a Park and Rec standpoint. Let me just take a quick look and make sure.
I think it says petition is committing to a several transportation, including a roundabout, as well as a multi-use path, a sidewalk along there. It's in that green block. I'm not sure that I see something
I didn't see
that's
that in
more
the
direct.
notes.
So now, if you flip over the 11 by 17 that's in front of you, there should be a pretty large printout.
Where,
And it should be right in front of your chair. It's just a loose piece, yeah. So on the back of that, note 10 is dedication of a portion of the site to Mecklenburg County for use as a park. And it went through all the notes that the Park and Rec was looking for. There's approximately
so that was
over
addressed?
20,000
Yeah, I just
square
wanted to make
foot.
sure
Yeah,
that was
it's
addressed.
taken
That was
care
one
of.
of the outstanding concerns, and I appreciate zoning committee's work on that and for pushing for, I appreciate your work on that. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands that we have the zoning committee statement of consistency as our own. We have a motion on 2023-013.
We get the hands up so we can see them.
I know, we need to raise our hands so that we can see them. Okay,
Yes.
all right,
Are you against?
all right. Anyone opposed? All right, 2 opposed, when motion passes. All right, the next item is petition 2023-032 by the Keith Corporation for approximately 2.4 acres bounded by the side of Lamar Avenue, west side of Park Drive, and north of Clement. And it is, current zoning is mixed-use development optional. The proposed zoning is mixed-use development optional site plan amendment. The zoning committee and the staff recommend approval of this petition. We do have some changes in this one as well. Mr. Pettin.
Thank you. Yeah, just one change after, and really has to do with access for the project. There was a note added that just states that in the event that access is not provided through the building and onto Lamar Avenue as generally depicted on the plan, they may be able to switch that access over to Park Drive with the location of that access subject to CDOT approval. So again, it's just given some access flexibility. Staff believes that it's a minor change and doesn't warrant additional review. And we'll take any questions you might have.
All right. Any questions for Mr. Pettin on the change? Hearing none, do I have a motion to not send it back to the zoning committee, the changes as stated by Mr. Pettin?
So moved.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Hearing no discussion, all in favor of not sending it back to the zoning committee, please raise your hand. All right, so that is approved unanimously. Now let's go to the action item, which is to accept the zoning committee and the staff recommendation as a statement of consistency as our own for adoption of the petition.
So moved.
We have a motion.
Second.
We have a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing no discussion, and we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Anyone opposed? All right, thank you. Petition, I believe petition 34 is being deferred,
That's it, yeah.
or is it?
Yeah, it's being deferred, so
deferred.
that gets us into our
So that's the
hearings.
last of our decisions. We will now go into those items that require a hearing. You heard the rules about the hearing and the time limits, and so please prepare appropriately. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We will. Okay.
Yeah.
So we will begin with agenda item number 42. Petition number 2022-216 by Quick Trip Corporation, approximately 3.55 acres bound by the east side of Larkbrook Road, north side of Center Grove Lane, west side of Sam Wilson Road, and the south side of I-85 in ETJ, BOCC, and Mrs. Leeks District, and closest to Councilmember Brown's number 3 district. The current zoning is N1A. The proposed zoning is I-1. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. We have no speakers to speak in opposition of this petition, and we have 4 speakers to speak in the affirmative. Mr. Carmichael, Mark Horton, Dwayne Enser, and Randy Goddard. You have 3, after staff's presentation, you have 3 minutes in the affirmative.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Petition 2022-216 is bound by the east side of Lakebrook Road, north side of Center Grove Lane, this west side of Sam Wilson Road, south side of Interstate I-85. The site is approximately 3.55 acres and is currently undeveloped. The site is currently split zone CG General Commercial along Sam Wilson Road and N1A at the rear of the site. The proposed zoning is I-1 CD, a conditional legacy district. The 2040 policy map recommends the manufacturing and logistics place type for the site. The I-1 CD district is consistent with the M&L place type. The proposal calls for the development of a convenience store not to exceed 6,000 square feet, with gasoline and diesel fuel pumps, as well as any incidental or accessory uses. Staff analysis incorrectly stated that there would be 4 diesel pumps located on the site, but it should state the number of diesel fuel bays located on the site serving tractor trailers shall be limited to 4, so that a maximum of 4 tractor trailers may receive diesel fuel at one time. That distinction is needed because tractor trailers actually use 2 pumps at once. The plan specifically prohibits parking of tractor trailers, overnight parking of vehicles, truck washes, shower facilities, truck stops, drive-throughs, and industrial uses. Transportation improvements include a 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot sidewalk along Sam Wilson, 6-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along the site's frontages with Center Grove Road and Lake Brook Road. Dedication of a permanent sidewalk easement, dedication of required right-of-ways prior to the issuance of the first certificate of occupancy. Architecturally, the building will be limited to 25 feet, and the design and materials will match the renderings included in the rezoning petition. Staff recommends approval of this petition. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues, as the petition is consistent with the M&L place type. The property is currently zoned for commercial. It is abutting an exit of I-85, and the M&L place type calls for automotive services while supporting other modes of transportation. I'm happy to take any questions following Mr. Carmichael's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Mark Horton of the petitioner, Dwayne Enzer, the petitioner's engineer, and Randy Goddard of Design Resource Group. As Mr. Oliver stated, the site contains about 3.5 acres. It's located at the intersection of Center Grove Lane and Sam Wilson Road on the southwest quadrant of the Sam Wilson Road I-85 interchange. The site is located next to the northbound I-85 off-ramp. This is an aerial photograph of the site. You can see I-85 to the north. The site's currently zoned a combination of commercial, general, and N1A. Petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned to the I-1CD zoning district to accommodate the development and operation of a convenience store with gasoline and diesel fuel cells for passenger vehicles, including tractor-trailer trucks. The maximum size of the convenience store building will be 6,000 square feet, and the maximum height would be 25 feet. The Charlotte Future 2040 policy map places this site in the manufacturing and logistics place type. The request is consistent with that place type. This is the site plan. Access into the site would be from Center Grove Lane and Lake Brook Road. There'd be 3 access points. Right turn lanes will be installed to serve each access point. Additionally, there'll be a traffic signal installed at the intersection of Sam Wilson Road and Center Grove Lane, as well as there'd be a traffic signals installed on Sam Wilson Road at the ramps. These traffic signals would have to be put in place prior to the CO for the store. An 8-foot wide planting strip and a 12-foot wide multi-use path will be installed along the site's frontage on Sam Wilson Road. An 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk will be installed along the site's frontages on Center Grove and Lake Brook. This is the convenience store building here. The gasoline fuel pumps will be located at the front of the site, closer to Sam Wilson Road. The diesel fuel pumps that would serve passenger vehicles and trucks, as well as tractor-trailer trucks, will be located to the rear of the site. A maximum of 4 diesel fuel bays may be located on the site that would serve tractor-trailers, so that a maximum of 4 tractor-trailer trucks could receive fuel at one time. There'd be no overnight parking of trucks or vehicles other than employee vehicles. Truck washes and shower facilities would not be permitted. This would not be a truck stop. Additionally, a car wash would not be permitted, nor would accessory drive-through windows. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval. We will address the outstanding issues this week, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Once again, we have Mr. Goddard, Mr. Horton, and Mr. Enzer here to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Any comments? Do I have
Move
a
to close.
Second. All right, we'll have a motion to close hearing, a public hearing. All in favor, please raise hands. Any opposed? Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to item number 43, petition number 2022-224 by SRL Central Avenue Properties LLC, located approximately on 1.23 acres, located in a northeast quadrant of the intersection of Central Avenue and Morningside Drive, south of Roland Street in District 1, my district. The current zoning is MUD O. The proposed zoning is MUD O SPA. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environmental, transportation, site, and design. After staff's presentation, Mr. Ferguson, you will have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Petition 2022-224 is located on the east quadrant of the intersection of Central Avenue and Morningside Drive, south of Roland Street. The site is approximately 1.23 acres and is currently developed with a small shopping center. The site is currently zoned MUD optional, which is mixed-use development district optional. Proposed zoning is MUD OSPA, mixed-use development district optional site plan amendment. 2040 policy map recommends the neighborhood activity center and the N1 place type for the site. The petition is inconsistent with the N1 place type located at the rear of the site, but is consistent with the neighborhood activity center place type along Central Avenue. The site plan amendment calls for the addition of residential uses to be allowed, increase the total square footage from 44,000 square feet up to 45,000 square feet, and adds optional provisions regarding accessory structures. The project commits to an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Central Avenue and a 6-foot sidewalk and 6-foot planting strip along Morningside Drive, plus a 10-foot wide landscape area adjacent to the single-family lots planted to a Class C buffer standard along the back of the site. Staff recommends approval of the petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to environment, transportation, site, and building design. Happy to take any questions following Mr. Ferguson's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Ferguson?
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council Committee, Russell Ferguson on behalf of the petitioner. This petition makes a few changes to allow residential uses here, but has otherwise remained copacetic with the 2021 petition that was approved by this council a few years ago. The neighbors are still on board. We had a meeting last week, and I'm quite confident that we'll work through the final technical issues with staff, and I'm here for any questions you have. In the spirit of brevity, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Move to close.
Second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to close hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any in opposition? That's unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 44, petition number 2023-015 by Tribe Properties, located approximately on 4.54 acres, located in the southwest quadrant of the intersection of Wilkinson Boulevard and Remont Road, north of Parker Drive, and District Number 3, Miss Brown's district. The current zoning is ML2. Proposed zoning is TOD and CD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. After staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, Mr. Bortz, and Mr. Pone will have 3 minutes in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is 4.5 acres along the south side of Wilkinson Boulevard and Remount Road, and it's also important to note here that this site will be bisected by the future Silver Line in the current alignment plans by CATS. It is currently zoned Manufacturing and Logistics 2, and they are requesting to go to Transit-Oriented Development Neighborhood Center conditional. And the intent of this plan proceeding as a conditional rezoning is to commit to reserve right-of-way for the future Silver Line, and that was the request by CATS. This plan is consistent with the recommendation for Community Activity Center. The proposal itself would allow for all uses permitted by right and under prescribed conditions in the TOD-NC district. But like I mentioned, the portion, the gray on that plan there would be the reserved right-of-way for the future Silver Line. If any portion of that reserved area is removed by CATS or the Metropolitan Transit Commission from the adopted transit plans, then the petitioner may elect to remove that reservation of the area through an administrative amendment of the rezoning if the rezoning is approved. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon the resolution of those outstanding issues related to transportation. The site would be within a quarter-mile walk of the proposed remount station along the future Silver Line. And this petition accommodates future needs for the critical transportation project by reserving space for CATS. And I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I'm John Carmichael. I'm here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Scott Bortz and Sean Pione. Ms. Kramer did a very thorough job of going through the rezoning request. I'll be really brief. The site's 4.5 acres, corner of Wilkinson and Remount Road. It's zone ML2, and the request is to go to TOD NC CD, which is consistent with the 2040 policy map. The transit, Silver Line Transit Station and the light rail line itself will bisect the site, as Ms. Kramer stated. This would have been this started out as a conventional request, but at the request of CATS, it was converted to a conditional rezoning to provide the right-of-way reservation that CATS has requested, and it's being provided on the conditional rezoning plan. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Any questions?
I have a question for staff.
Ms. Mayfield?
Ms. Kramer, help me understand why, whether it was by the recommendation of CATS or not, are we starting to approve for TOD when we have not committed, we do not have the financial commitment yet for a silver line that may or may not happen, but more importantly, in an area that has seen major gentrification. The city's CLT by TLC housing rehab program started in Camp Green. Camp Green is a part of Remount and Wilkerson Boulevard. We have seen major displacement throughout that area where homes were purchased for $35,000 to $70,000 in the early 2000s and today are selling for over $700,000. So help me understand how this complements what this council has said is our commitment to aging in place, to diversity in housing, and to having equitable opportunities for our residents.
Okay. Well, I will just note that the site is currently vacant, so there wouldn't be any displacement of existing tenants or residents on the site.
Not my question, but keep going.
Okay. TOD-NC and TOD-TR can be applied to areas along the Silver Line because it's for areas that have been adopted to have a station but haven't necessarily been funded, and this is anticipating future needs of the area. And we believe that the TOD-NC, and we know that TOD-NC is consistent with that activity center place type recommendation. So between those items, we just felt that it was an appropriate petition.
So as this council is looking at this hearing and future hearings that's coming forward, as well as our committee, I need us all to take into consideration the amount of financial investment that has already been committed by previous councils to help stabilize neighborhoods. Let's look at South Boulevard and look at the Blue Line and conversations years ago that was supposed to create diversity in the housing stock. Mainly the workers who really could benefit from having light rail no longer live anywhere near it. They have been displaced many miles to the point of being outside of city limits. If we're going to have conversations about approving any TOD along commitments of making sure we have various price points in any housing that comes up, especially looking at an area that has already seen major displacement because of our language, because we have said you can do this under this umbrella without it being very specific of what the expectations are. Yes, this lot is vacant. This lot is vacant for a reason, because this lot was not vacant within the last decade. So our language opened the door for this development to happen, which is great. We want development, but we also need very clear language when we're talking about updating, especially around TOD, to ensure that we do not see a continuation of what we see all along South Boulevard in South End and what we're seeing along University area, where the workers who will more than likely use our public transportation system do not have access because they cannot afford the housing that is directly accessible to the light rail.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Ms. Watlington.
Yep, I share many of the views that Councilmember Mayfield just mentioned. We've had a long conversation over and over about Wilkerson Boulevard in particular. We know that it's a corridor that separates Center City from the airport. That said, for all of the reasons that she just mentioned, our Corridors of Opportunity program, it's going to be incredibly important that what we do here is in conjunction with our anti-displacement work. So when we talk about which neighborhoods need to be accelerated through the process, or which neighborhoods are going to need council action to initiate their overlay district process, these are the very same neighborhoods that are going to be most impacted. So what concerns me as I look at TOD going down corridors that are in our corridors of opportunity is everything that she just mentioned, plus the fact that we've got an opportunity to do something about it. And sitting at this dais last year, we did not. And so I would ask that as it comes back through the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee, that we do something different there. And we look at the remaining neighborhoods. There's 36 of them. I believe that there are 5 going through the process now. That means we've got about 31 left, several of which are going to fall into this category. So let's work in concert with this so that we have more opportunity to preserve land and develop in a way that makes good sense for all the people in our community.
Thank you, Ms.
I will just add that TOD-NC typically does correspond with corridors of opportunity and the intent of those corridors. I completely understand the concern or a lack of detail in TOD, and especially TOD districts when you're allowing all uses by right and under prescribed conditions, so I appreciate that perspective. But the current zoning ML2 doesn't reflect the intended future place type of this area as designated on the policy map, and ML2 doesn't also reflect the corridors of opportunity intent and goals, and we think that TOD-NC better fits those two.
I appreciate that. I stand on what I just said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Follow up.
Thank you. I just want to remind us, this is a great discussion, but we're bleeding into policy within the zoning meeting, and I want to make sure that we stay within the guardrails of a zoning meeting and not bring policy up in this meeting.
So I think what I heard is for a request, if the mayor was sitting here, a request to have this referred to the committee for further discussion, but for this particular project, for this particular proposal, of which we've had plenty of conversations, you know where I stand, but I think we need to have clarification from staff of understanding that it is our language that this council approves that opens the door for that unintended consequences, because there is no such thing. Because if you ask the right questions and you get clarification on the front end, you clearly know what the intent and what the impact is going to be. We don't have to guess it. We see it all along South End. We see it throughout West Trade. We see what our language has opened the door for development to happen. Again, development is good, but not to the detriment of displacement. My question still went back to, and where I have a concern with this as far as staff and committee, is to be approving potentially a TOD rezoning for an area where we do not have the funding, we do not have the plan, we have the idea that we want light rail, so that is letting the corporate and business community know that this may come, so come in and purchase and buy up everything now. And that is going to be a direct contradiction to what we have invested in, and it's going to be much more expensive for us to try to get those investments done later. So if this is coming before us in the hearing, I want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of exactly what are the goals you're looking at, as well as the goals of staff, and understanding what the policies that came out of council are, and are we in conflict or are we in solidarity with how we want this city to grow?
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. Any additional comments? Can I get a motion to?
Second.
Motion to close and second. All those in favor, raise hands. Any opposed?
Thank you.
We will move on to agenda item number 45, petition number 2023-017 by Liberty Healthcare Properties of North Carolina, LLC, located approximately on 7.04 acres, located on the north side of Providence Road West, west of Community House Road, and east of Old Audrey Kell Road, and District 7, Mr. Drake's district. The current zoning is N1A. The proposed zoning is INST-CD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, John Carmichael, Thad Moore, and Mr. Philip Hobbs will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Good evening. Petition 2023-017 is just over 7 acres located on the north side of Providence Road West, west of Community House Road, and east of Old Ardrey Kell Road. Current zoning is N1A. Proposed zoning is institutional conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal is for a senior living community containing up to 125 dwelling units. A minimum of 5 of those units must be assisted living or skilled nursing units. The community would include a secure entrance, clubhouse with wellness and/or fitness facility, central meeting area, dining area, computer resources, and a recreation social director. Limits floor area ratio to 0.5 and a total of 153,396 square feet of gross floor area. Limits building height to 48 feet. Establishes a 38-foot Class C buffer along the site's northern, eastern, and western property boundaries. Commits to implementing an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the site's Providence Road west frontage. Commits to providing both eastbound and westbound left turn lanes with 100 feet of storage at the site's primary entrance. Also commits to installing an unsignalized pedestrian crosswalk across Providence Road West with accessible ramps that would connect to an associated senior living facility across Providence Road West from the site. Despite the inconsistency, the proposed senior living community would provide another housing and care option for seniors in South Charlotte. Also would complement the associated facility across Providence Road West. Staff recommends approval, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's comments.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner. Thad Moore and Philip Hobbs are with me tonight. The site contains about 7 acres located on the north side of Providence Road West between Old Ardrey Kell Road and Community House Road. The site is located across Providence Road from Brightmoor of South Charlotte, which is a senior living community with age-restricted independent living units and multiple levels of healthcare support that is owned by the petitioner. Site zone N1A, Brightmoor South to the south of the site is zoned institutional CD. Petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned to the institutional CD zoning district to accommodate a senior living community that would have a maximum 125 dwelling units that would be comprised of age-restricted independent living units and dependent living units comprised of assisted living units and/or skilled nursing units and associated amenities. A minimum of 5 of those units would be the healthcare units. The building would contain the amenities that Mr. Mangum described, and this building would be a part of the Brightmoor South Charlotte senior living community located across Providence Road West. There'd be 2 access points into the site from Providence Road West. Petitioner would install a left turn lane on Providence Road West at this access point. The building would have 2 3-story wings connected by a 1-story structure. A minimum 38-foot wide Class C buffer would be located along the northern, western, and eastern boundary lines of the site. Tree save areas would also be located along these boundaries of the site. Petitioner met with area residents on 2 occasions and walked the site with adjacent property owners on another occasion. One of the results of those meetings is that the petitioner agreed to install additional landscaping to enhance the screening of the site. Petitioner would install continuous rows of evergreen shrubs here and offer supplemental plantings in the northern part of the buffer consisting of evergreen shrubs and small evergreen trees. Petitioner would install a unsignalized pedestrian crossing across Providence Road West to allow pedestrian connectivity between this building and the Brightmoor South Charlotte senior living community. There are no outstanding issues. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation of approval, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Azamir?
Thank you. This looks beautiful, especially the continuous flow. I haven't seen many of this, especially the landscaping. In the housing mix, is anything affordable? Is it
No,
an
it's,
affordable housing mix?
no, ma'am. I would invite you to go look at Brightmoor South.
Okay.
It's gorgeous, particularly the interior portions thereof, the dining facilities and all that.
What's the tree save area here?
I'm sorry?
What is the tree save?
Oh, it's 38 feet in width. It's right here? Oh, I'm sorry. The tree save area is here. And that's the buffer.
Yeah, no, this is beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments?
Move to close. Second.
Excellent. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of closing public hearing? Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item number 46, petition number 2023-034 by Cambridge Partners, Inc., located approximately on 4.9 acres, located in the west side of North Tryon Street, east of J.W. Clay Boulevard in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is CC. Proposed zoning is MUD CD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael will join us again, as well as Nick Bushin, Randy Goddard, Jay Prester, and Terry Williams to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2023-034. It's approximately 4.9 acres located on the west side of North Tryon Street, east of J.W. Clay Boulevard, with the J.W. Clay Blue Line Station and UNC Charlotte. Current zoning is commercial center. Requested zoning is MUD conditional. 2040 policy map recommends regional activity center place type. Proposal is for up to 400 multifamily dwellings and 91,500 square feet of non-residential uses. Would prohibit the following uses: auction sales, auction houses, automotive service stations, bus passenger stations, equipment rental, leasing, group home, subdivision sales office, adult establishments, bed and breakfasts, boarding houses, building material sales, commercial rooming houses, nursing homes, rest homes, homes for the aged, shelters, short-term care facilities, stadiums, coliseums, and arenas. We limit the maximum building height to 100 feet, provides architectural standards related to exterior building materials, building placement and orientation, percent of building frontage, building modulation, articulation, expanses of blank walls, roof design and screening of mechanical equipment. Prohibits parking except on the street between buildings and the access drive, entrance drive in North Tryon Street. Indicates potential vehicle entrances, one on the primary entrance drive and two along the access drive to the rear. Installs an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the site's frontage of Olmsted Drive. And maintains the commitment from Phase 1 redevelopment to construct an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the new private access drive off of Olmsted Drive and the primary entrance drive off North Tryon Street. The proposal is consistent with that regional activity center place type recommendation. Staff recommends approval, and I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Jay Priester of the petitioner, Terry Williams, and Nick Bashan and Randy Goddard of the Design Resource Group. The site contains about 4.9 acres. It's located on the west side of North Tryon Street between J.W. Clay Boulevard and Grove Lake Drive. The site is located across North Tryon Street from UNCC, and the site's located approximately 500 feet to the north of the J.W. Clay Transit Station on the Blue Line. The site is currently zoned Commercial Center. The site's surrounded by parcels that are zoned Commercial Center, MUD CD, B1 SCD, TOD CC, TOD MO, and IC1. Petitioner is requesting that the site be rezoned to the MUD CD zoning district to accommodate the development of a vertical mixed-use building that will contain a maximum of 400 multifamily dwelling units and 91,500 square feet of ground floor commercial uses. This is the site plan. Access to the site would be from Olmsted Drive and North Tryon Street, as well as from the parcels to the east of the site. Mr. Mangum mentioned that 8-foot planting strips and 8-foot wide sidewalks will be installed along the site's internal streets. On-street parking spaces would be provided on Grove Lane Drive. The mixed-use building would wrap a structured parking deck that would serve the building. Architectural standards are a part of the rezoning plan. This would be a pedestrian-friendly development with easy access to light rail. The policy map places this site in a regional activity center. This rezoning request and the proposed vertical mixed-use building is consistent with a regional activity center place type. The petitioner has been communicating with Mr. Stanley of University City Properties about this proposed project and the rezoning, and we do have a letter of support that I can forward to you from Mr. Stanley expressing his support of the project and providing that, in his opinion, the project is in line with University City Partners' vision for the area. We appreciate the planning staff's recommendation for approval. There are no outstanding site plan issues, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, what is currently at the site?
Oh, good.
Is that
Thank
the-
you for asking. This site is part of Mallard Point Shopping Center.
So is that where Food Lion is?
Yeah, there's a food line, that's right. And then this is the site outlined in red. There's a retail building and surface parking here. And there's a food line in Mallard Point. Did I answer your question,
So
Councilmember
you
Jamira?
mentioned pedestrian access. So what exactly are the improvements?
Well, it's going to be, you already have an existing planting strip and sidewalk here.
Yes, it's
Then there'll
already
be
there.
8-foot planting strips and 8-foot sidewalks along these internal streets that will connect out to Olmsted Drive and North Tryon Street. And then it's going to be an urban form, so the building will be pulled up to the street, create a nice pedestrian environment. And then this is phase one of the reimagining of Mallard Point. This is
So-
phase two, this is phase one to the north.
So which one is,
This is what.
phase one is that the
Phase one is to the-
multifamily?
Phase one is to the north here, and then what we're discussing tonight is the rendered plan here.
So phase two, that includes apartments and commercial?
Right,
So
ground floor.
retail,
Right. Ground floor commercial and then a residential above.
got it. So there would still be a grocery option?
There's,
There's
I'm gonna
still be a
ask-
grocery store option? Because I know a lot of students use that Food Lion just to go
Well-
across the street.
yeah. I'm going to let
AJ.
Mr. Priester answer that.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a great question, and that's very important to us, is to keep our grocery store here. And so that's part of the 91,000 square feet of retail. We're strategically locating or hope to relocate Food Lion out of a traditional shopping center to the first floor of a vertically integrated multi-use building, which is the plan here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Brown? Did you have a comment?
I don't.
That was Ms.
Johnson?
Thank you. So, hello, hi. That was my question also, and when we spoke, I asked you about the location, because part of that shopping center, there are about 10 small businesses.
Yeah.
So when we spoke, you said that Food Lion had a long-term lease. So it's nice to hear that they might be moved into the mixed-use building, because I actually spoke to Mr. Stanley to see if there was any way that we could help Food Lion kind of with refacing or something like that. So I like that idea, but I want to know exactly what building that we are talking about. Is it the building with Food Lion and the early voting location? Is that the building, or can you tell us exactly which part of that shopping center?
So those are good questions. So phase one is the existing Kohl's, and that is being used temporarily during the voting, or the former Kohl's, rather. And so that would be it would have some retail on the ground floor, and that's what's already been approved. The second phase would include more retail, which is what we're here tonight talking about, phase two. So Food Lion would move out of here potentially, And again, as a part of this process, we had to work with Food Lion to be building in the parking lot. There's a lot of legal documents that we've worked through to get to this point. And this is a little bit newer for Food Lion to go on the first floor of what could be potentially a 5-story building. They have since come around to the concept. It's a great store. It's a great location. And they very much want to be a part of this new development. So they would move over here. The existing tenants, we've got about 26,000 square feet in this box here that's existing. We would try to relocate those tenants within this development as well. So 91,000 feet of retail, the Food Line would be about 35,000 square feet. So that would leave us with the balance of kind of what I would call more local retail and restaurant tenants.
Okay, because there are some small businesses. Some are probably mom and pop stores. I can think of a seamstress, or, alterations, yeah, and just different. So I think as a council, when we talk about displacement, balancing with improvement, that we want to think about of course, our homeowners and renters, but also our small business owners. So we've spoken. It sounds great, and we don't want to get in the way of progress. But these are folks that have been over, in this location when the spotlight wasn't on the area.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure we as a council are considering that. And thank you. It's nice to see you in person.
Yeah, thank you. Good to see you as well.
Thank you, Ms. Ashmere. You have a quick follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Priester, just a follow-up. So you said 5-story building, first floor, Food Line is exploring that space. So parking would be, where would be the parking?
So, good question. So the first floor would be the potential Food Line and additional retail shops that we just spoke about. They would all park on the first level. So that would be dedicated to retail. Then the second level would be for the multifamily above. So it's very intentional to keep the parking separated between the multifamily and the retail.
Yes, because right now in the front, it's just a lot of parking. So it's good that you're activating the space and really, and this is perfect for greater density with UNC just across the street.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to close?
To close.
Second. Excellent. All those in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 47, petition number 2023-047 by Gustafson Partners Commercial Real Estate, located approximately on 2.25 acres, located on the north and south side of North Lake Creek Drive, west side of Remus Road, and south side of West W.T. Harris in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is B2CD. The proposed zoning is B2CD SPA. Staff does not recommend the approval of this petition, and so after staff's presentation, Mr. Keith McVeigh, Trent Gustafson, and Mr. Alan McDowell will have 10 minutes to address the petition. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2023-047. It's about 2.25 acres. It's on Reams Road and W.T. Harris Boulevard in the area of the North Lake Mall. The existing zoning is a B2 conditional plan, and they are proposing a site plan amendment to that B2 conditional plan. The adopted place type from the policy map does recommend, you can see Regional Activity Center for the majority of the area, including the north side of W.T. Harris around the mall itself. So the proposal would be for following uses: retail, general medical offices, personal services, as well as an EDE type 1 and 2, both with and without accessory drive-through windows, financial institutions with and without accessory drive-throughs, and other permitted principal accessory uses in the B2 district. Does have prohibitions on uses for things like outdoor entertainment, automotive service stations, sales and repairs, pest control offices, residential dwellings. There's a list listed in the conditional notes on some of those other prohibitions, but generally just focused on those uses that we mentioned earlier for retail, general, medical offices, and EDEs. Number of principal buildings, it states in the site plan or the conditional note, shall not exceed 4. Parcels A and B each would allow for up to 4,300 square feet of an EDE or up to 6,000 square feet for other permitted uses. Access would be off of North Lake Creek Drive. Setback along W.T. Harris is 10 feet, with a minimum of 20 feet is generally depicted off of Reams Road. Petitioner would also maintain the existing 12-foot multi-use path and 8-foot planting strip along W.T. Harris Boulevard, as well as the 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip along Reams Road. The existing 8-foot sidewalk will be maintained also along North Creek Drive, as well as the 6-foot sidewalk, which would get constructed along both sides of any of the other internal streets for the site. There would be a 3-foot wall used to screen drive-throughs abutting Reams Road, and then parking areas would also be screened with either a 3-foot wall or a 5-foot planting area. As mentioned, staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form. It is inconsistent with the Regional Activity Center place type recommendation on the policy map. And just as we've had some of these conversations in the past about drive-throughs and activity centers, typically they are not allowed for newly established EDEs. It would be if they were already existing and in operation prior to June 1. If they are reestablished on a site where there's, let's say, an older existing EDE that wants to upgrade to a new one, there are some site conditions and development standards, mainly shielding the drive-through lanes and not allowing them between the building and the street frontage. So essentially all those activities occur behind the building where they're not visible from the roadway. We did ask for those to be incorporated into the conditional notes. That's really our main outstanding item, and because of that, that's where we get our recommendation of not approving in its current form. If we can work with the petitioner on some design standards, we may be a little more comfortable with it, may still maintain our recommendation just on the basis of activity centers and drive-throughs and a little bit of a disconnect there, but we would like to at least see those prescribed conditions worked into the site plan and worked into the conditional notes so we can continue to evaluate our recommendations. So with that, we'll turn it over to Mr. McVeigh, and we'll take any questions you have following their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. McVeigh, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen. We're assisting Gustafson Partners with this rezoning petition. With me tonight representing the petitioner is Mr. Trent Gustafson. We do have a presentation that we would like to share with the council. I think as Dave mentioned, and we appreciate Dave's help on this petition, site just located in close proximity to North Lake Mall, right across this, W.T. Harris from the site. It is a site that is currently zoned B2CD, and the main purpose of the site plan amendment is not to increase the allowed square footage or really change the uses, the types of uses. It is to provide some additional flexibility to the uses that can have an accessory drive-through window. The site is currently approved for one restaurant, a limited service restaurant with an accessory drive-through window, or a bank with an accessory drive-through window. This was a petition that was originally approved in 2017, 2018. Most of the site has been developed. As you can see, these are the two last remaining pieces to be developed of the original petition. As Dave mentioned, Community Activity Center is the place type recommendation of the 2040 plan, which does support commercial uses, albeit not necessarily uses with accessory drive-through windows. This is the original plan that was approved in 2017. As I mentioned, not an increase in the square footage, just trying to get some additional flexibility on the two uses that can have the accessory drive-through window. Originally, the current plan allows one limited service restaurant and a bank with an accessory drive-through window. The only two parcels, as I mentioned, that have not been developed are these last two here. This site is currently under development. The rest of the site has been developed with retail uses. This is a gas station. And what the petition proposes to do is allow up to 2 restaurants with drive-through windows on these 2 parcels, or a restaurant and a bank with a drive-through window. So it's still 2, just 2 different ones. Doesn't increase the allowed square footage, provides some flexibility. One of the things Mr. Gustafson has run into here is that as time has gone by since 2017, he has tried to market the existing 2 parcels, 2 restaurants that would like to be here. But those restaurants want to be able to do more than limited service, which is limited square footage and not really on-premise cooking of foods. It would be typically what it's now limited to is a Starbucks or a Panera Bread that doesn't really cook food. Most of the restaurants that are interested now in this location would like to have a full-for-service kitchen and the accessory drive-through window to satisfy the customer's needs here. COVID has also changed customers' expectations for this location. Folks want to be able to go here and find more of a full-service restaurant versus just a coffee shop or a Panera Bread. There's restaurants like Cava that would like to be at this location, but they also would like to have that accessory drive-through window. We have looked at, Dave, as Dave mentioned, the design of the two drive-through windows. Can we look at how those are designed to implement more of what the UDO is looking at? What we've run into here, and what the petitioner has looked at and tried to do, but has found it hard to do, is because it is the last two parcels of this development, is to modify those last two buildings that would go here to meet the new UDO requirements. And so we've struggled to meet that request. We'll take another look at that, but it's very possible we will not be able to accommodate the design parameters that Dave mentioned earlier. We're happy to answer questions, and Mr. Gustafson's here to answer your questions as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Driggs?
So it's a good thing Mr. Winston's not here. He tended to hulk out every time he heard drive-through. This, in my mind, is one of the most striking cases of the staff explaining why it doesn't like something. It looks like you're pretty far apart. That worries me a bit. And so, Mr. Pettin, you say in its current form, it doesn't look like it's anywhere close. Do you actually see kind of little modifications that can get you more comfortable?
Yeah, and I think they're mainly the items that are prescribed out as conditions for a potential drive-through in an activity center, which is having all those, the activities of the actual site be behind the building location so they're not visible from the street. In the past, we have used the 3-foot wall, which, as we learned over time, that doesn't really get us where we want it to go in the activity center, so that's why some of that has changed, and we now want some of those drive-through lanes and other parts and services and functionality of the site to be really kind of behind the building so they're not the predominant feature when you pull up on the streetscape, particularly from a pedestrian standpoint as well. If there's interaction between sidewalk and the use itself, they're a little bit removed from the actual vehicles in the queue lane. They're seeing the building and streetscape improvements, and the activities are going on outside of that general pedestrian realm as well. So that's why we have asked for it. If they can't accommodate that, then I think we'll probably still continue to be in the same
interrogation on this one. We're going to need to get together, and I will be guided by Ms. Johnson's take on it since it's her district. It just feels to me like you've got a lot of work to do still. Thank you.
Sir.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with staff's recommendations. I mean, this is inconsistent, doesn't really create an environment for pedestrian walkability and safety. So I would like to see some sort of resolution here. You, Mr. McVan, in your presentation that you are looking at full-service restaurant and drive-through, and you mentioned Cava restaurant. I know they have one location near the rezoning petition we just approved in University, in Councilmember Johnson's, and they don't have a drive-through. It's a full-service restaurant. So I struggle with this. I don't think this is the right location for this. But if you want to respond to that, because Cava has other locations throughout the city that do not offer a drive-through.
I'll let Mr. Gustafson.
Sure, thank you. The petition for the site plan amendment is to create, as Keith said, some flexibility. I mean, currently, we can do a limited restaurant with a drive-through, but that limits us to the Dunkin' Donuts, a Krispy Kreme, something that may not be sustainable. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to increase that flexibility to have a wider menu of a full-service restaurant that does have the fast food and the drive-through capability. Cava, perfect example for a new suburban location. They've approached us and said, we would like to go here, but we need to have a drive-through. Shake Shack, they would like to have a drive-through. Since the pandemic, the majority of these restaurant users that have been successful, they have the requirement to have that accessory drive-through window. So, this project obviously was done prior to the pandemic. We limited the type of the restaurant and spent the last, 4 years, I guess, trying to lease and develop these last 2 parcels. Physically, we're limited with what we can do with the parking, the circulation. We've got all the planning strips, we've got the entire master infrastructure completed, and, we just want to complete the project and have it, highest probability of success. So.
So what is currently at those 2 parcels? What restaurant is it, or what is it currently being used as?
They're vacant.
Vacant.
They're vacant.
So was there a restaurant before?
We don't have any restaurants. We don't, if you look at the users, we don't have any restaurants. And so that's my point. I mean, we think we could accommodate a restaurant, but those users all want to have that accessory drive-through. And that's what we, unfortunately limited ourselves. And so we've come back to try to increase that flexibility.
So to Mr. Patton's point, I think if we can work on the design side of things to figure this out, I look forward to hearing Councilmember Johnson's recommendations, and I'll touch base with Mr. Patton later about the design and see what could be a potential resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I just wanted some clarification from Mr. Patton. The petitioner said that they can have a drive-through currently, that they could have a drive-through. It's just that this is a limited restaurant.
Right.
So tell me exactly what the concern is of the city, because they can currently have a drive-through. So it's not the drive-through, if I understand. So what is the exact concern?
So, yeah, they're allowed to have one drive-through on site under the old conditional plan. This is a different approach for the drive-through just because of the type of restaurant that it's being asked to be accommodated is more of your standard full-service restaurant with either sit-down dining or just drive-through only versus some of the users that he had mentioned, like a Dunkin' Donuts or a Krispy Kreme, or even somewhere smaller like just a coffee shop. So once we get into that, we certainly understand there are approvals that were done in 2017 that they could enact and move forward with now. But when you come back and want to ask for, ramping that up to the next tier of an EDE with accessory drive-through, and now that we've also spent more time on identifying this as an activity center, we build in conditions to try to establish those uses or let those uses continue to exist in those activity centers. At minimum, we would want to at least see those design standards worked into the project, but certainly know that if they wanted to do what they could under the 2017 plan, they would just go through the permitting process by right. But once we get into that conversation of wanting to do different uses and establish 2 of those, then we start to look at existing policy and what's in place now, and it's vastly different than what was in place in 2017.
Okay. We'll talk offline and we'll connect. Keith, you and we've spoken, so we'll.
Yes, ma'am.
Talk offline. I just want to clarify where this is. Is this the same strip where Buffalo Wings or Buffalo Wild Wings is? So it's on the other end, right?
It's on the other end, right.
Okay.
This is correct. This is the last vacant parcels on Reams Road at the intersection of W.T. Harris. So you see Lowe's Home Improvement, directly across Reams Road from you.
Okay. So I imagine we'd have to work with CDOT also, because that's very, very narrow for a drive-through.
Well, and actually, we've spoken with CDOT, and the trip generation with this petition is less than what we have in our approved TIA. So we're actually, less in terms of potential traffic than what was originally approved in the TIA.
And the new uses are all internally served. There's no new driveway cuts. They're all from the internal driveways that have already been built on the site and approved by CDOT and NCDOT. So no.
Okay. I look forward to working with you all, because North Lake, I think the council would agree, we do want revitalization of that area. We do want more restaurants, and that area. So I look forward to helping negotiate through this process.
We
Thank you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Move to close.
Second. Excellent. I have a motion and a second to close hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? We will move on to agenda item number 48, petition number 2023-080 by True Homes LLC. Location approximately 19.16 acres, located west of Nations Ford Road, south of Forest Point Boulevard, and north of Short Hills Drive in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. After staff's presentation, Mr. Gasparini will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2023-080, it's approximately 19.16 acres, located west of Nations Ford Road, south of Forest Point Boulevard, and north of Short Hills Drive. Current zoning is RNCD. Requested zoning is N2A CD. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. Proposal is for a community of 76 multifamily attached residential dwelling units in a maximum of 20 buildings. Designs all units to be front-loaded in buildings of between 3 and 5 units. Provides a 25-foot Class B landscape yard along the southern property boundary along Short Hills Drive, where adjacent to single-family detached dwellings. Building height will be limited to 48 feet, committing to an 8-foot planting strip and 8-foot sidewalk along the internal public streets, as well as an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk along Forest Point Boulevard. Also committing to filling sidewalk gaps off-site at Fawn Drive and Short Hills Drive, and at the southern end of Short Hills Drive, where adjacent to Mecklenburg County-owned property. And related to that, they are proposing to dedicate 2.2 acres to Mecklenburg County for future park development. While it is inconsistent, the development would provide additional housing options in the area in the form of multifamily attached dwellings, commitment to dedicating 2.2 acres to Mecklenburg County, as well as filling off-site sidewalk gaps. There are a couple of small transportation outstanding issues, but staff does recommend approval, and I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Gasparini, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of the council, for the record, my name is Sean Gasparini. I'm here this evening on behalf of True Homes. Our corporate address is 2649 Breckenridge Center Drive. We're down in Monroe, North Carolina. I've had a chance to review the staff recommendation. We certainly appreciate staff's time, and we're in support in acknowledging the recommendation. There are a couple of issues that still need to be resolved, as noted by staff. They're related to transportation, and we'll be working with our engineer, DPR Design, to address those. They're very minor. One, we need to highlight the right-of-way and call out a dimension on the plan. And then secondly, we need to increase one of the site triangles from 35 feet by 35 feet to 50 feet by 50 feet.
No, stop.
I would note that the dedication of the park is 2.2 acres. It's noted in the bottom left corner of the plan. It's crosshatched on this one. And the off-site sidewalk improvements are rather substantial. We're happy to make those. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Any
I have questions for staff and for Mr. Gasparini.
Ms. Mayfield?
For staff, thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Looking at what we have in this site plan, when you were reading it, you said 76 units. Is it 76 or 72 units?
I believe it might have been reduced to 72.
Okay, because 72 is what we have on here, so I want clarification. And staff, you may be able to assist with this next question. Do we have a timeline, a window on when this completion should happen as far as the 8-foot planting strips, the sidewalk as well as the filling of the sidewalk gaps? Do we have a window of what, between construction and completion of this multifamily, this should be completed?
They're, yeah, I might defer that to CDOT, or it's typically by first certificate of occupancy.
So here's the challenge that I have, Mr. Gasparini, because I can't speak for my colleagues, but as someone who has firsthand experience with this particular builder, there's a brand-new community that is having major drainage issues, and this is not a multifamily community. This is a single-family community where it's more than 4 years old, and the final pavement of the road hasn't even been completed on it. There have been a lot of challenges, so I have a concern, which is why I'm asking staff, what is that window? Because I know what we say on paper as far as what should be completed with road construction, sidewalks, and other things, and what is actually happening with this particular builder. So I want to ensure that if this moves forward, that we have a clear understanding and commitment of this window for the correction of the sidewalks as well as the planting strips and the repairing, so that it does not go beyond a certain period of time. Is that something, and again, this is the question for staff, something, and for you, Mr. Gasparini, that can be committed to ensure that this happens, so that we don't have this conversation years after the development like I'm having to work with in the community right now?
Councilmember Mayfield, if I may. I think the community you're referring to is one of the River Point communities. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Yes, ma'am. So in that particular instance, we're dealing with the city and the stormwater policies that are in place with respect to cammering those lines. And so there's a fair amount of work that goes into that. There are some stormwater ponds that need to be then brought up to snuff. And then at that point, we can then go ahead and overlay the roads. I think that's the chief concern, though. But I would say we're working with our engineer, we're working with the city, and we also look forward to a resolution, because in the meantime, we're on those bonds, and I would very much like to get off those bonds.
Will be helpful, but
Yes, ma'am.
that, it will be helpful to know if we can have a dedicated window in there, because I think it goes, for that particular project, which we can have a separate conversation on, I'm looking at future projects to make sure that, one, grading is done at the proper level so that you don't have 2-3 years down having to go back, tear up the impact of that. So just want to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the expectation of completion in correlation with the development completion.
So I'm happy to work with staff. I would note that the off-site sidewalk is a different animal than the planter strip and the sidewalk within the community. The planter strip and the sidewalk within the community is at the point of vertical construction. The off-site sidewalk, we can certainly work with staff and CDOT on perhaps doing that upfront with the site work. So again, I'm happy to have those conversations, but I would encourage you to consider those separately, because they are in fact very different.
I appreciate that, and we can follow up. Thank you.
Ma'am, thank you.
Ms. Ashmere?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to highlight the dedication, park dedication of 2.2 acres, which is over 10%. Thank you for doing that. I'd like to see more of that. Thank you.
It's our pleasure.
I have a motion to close the public hearing.
More to close.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? We move on to agenda item number 49, petition number 2023-089 by True Homes LLC, approximately 1.78 acres located along the southwest side of Point O Woods Drive, west of North Lake Center Parkway in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is N1A. Proposed zoning is N2A CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Marcus Kilcorngay will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Good evening. Petition 2023-089 is located along the southwest side of Point O Woods Drive, west of North Lake Center Parkway. The site is approximately 1.78 acres and is currently undeveloped. The current zoning is N1A, Neighborhood 1 District. The proposed zoning is N2BCD, Neighborhood 2 Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends the regional activity center for the place type. The N2B district is inconsistent with the RAC place type. Approval of this petition would revise the policy map to the Neighborhood 2 place type. The proposal calls for up to 15 single-family attached units. Access would be provided along Point O Woods Drive. Provides 8-foot sidewalk, 8-foot planting strip along the frontage. Provides 11,500 square feet of green and open space. Provides architectural standards, including building materials. Staff recommends approval of this petition, as the petition would add a variety of housing to the area within a quarter mile of regional activity center. Happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Corngay, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, staff. I'm Marcus Cornegay. I'm with Prosperity Alliance. We're a residential development company. We're serving as a consultant for True Homes on this housing opportunity. Wanted to dive right into the site map. This is approximately 1.8 acres south of Point O Wood Drive, directly across the street from the district. It's a apartment complex, a luxury apartment complex in the North Lake area. We're southeast of 485 and north of W.T. Harris Boulevard, and what we would characterize as a resource-rich environment where you have a Target directly behind the neighborhood, naturally the shopping center, North Lake Shopping Center right there, and quick access to both 485 as well as 85 from this location. So as was noted, we're looking for N2A as the proposed zoning for this opportunity. As also noted by staff, this is, according to the Charlotte Future 2040 policy map, this is a regional activity center, but, again, the opportunity to deliver 15 homes to this area. We see this as a great opportunity for the North Lake area. True Homes is dedicated to affordable, attainable housing, and scores of their developments here in the Charlotte community, and through their True Foundation in collaboration with House Charlotte have, placed a number of individuals and families into homes and doing that in an affordable way through the grants and through the House Charlotte program, excuse me. And finally, creating a thriving community is something that is at the forefront of what we'd like to do here with this opportunity. Here's a snapshot of the site plan. Access to the 15 homes would be along Point O Woods Drive. Each one of these homes would be front-loaded via garage. And a sample, this is the Kirk Townhome, which is a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 2-story townhome. And this is sort of a snapshot or an example of what the community could potentially look like. And so we're here today to answer any questions that you may have. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any question or comment? Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Cornegay.
Hello, Councilman
I
Johnson.
had the pleasure of speaking with Mr. Cornegay, and he's being very modest right now, but this is a model that I'm very excited about. These are attainable for-sale homes, right?
Correct.
Yeah, and what he does is very unique in the model that they have. So hopefully you all can get a chance to talk to him, but this is something you're working to expand throughout the city, if I'm correct, right?
That's correct, yes. We're in collaboration with True Homes. We have 3 other projects that we're actively working on, all of them with an affordable, attainable lens, where 10 to 20% of each project at minimum will have affordable homes for sale. We're not in the business of affordable rentals. We're in the business of granting and pushing towards generational wealth for our community through home ownership. And so we're excited to be a part of this project. We're excited about all the other projects that we have in the pipeline, and you'll naturally be seeing a lot of us here in 2024 and beyond. So I appreciate the shout out, Councilwoman Johnson. We're looking forward to moving forward with this opportunity.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hopefully some of the reporters will get a chance to talk to you, because your model is great. And it's not, sometimes residents get really nervous when we talk about affordable or attainable housing, but it's not that. These are it's workforce level, these are homes that people can, working class folks can afford, you know?
Yes.
So I look forward to supporting, and I hope you get a chance to talk to my other colleagues, because we need more of this type of model throughout the city. I told you that when we spoke, so.
Yes.
Move to close.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I will just say I share my colleague's sentiment about the model for affordable workforce housing, and hopefully we'll see more of that in our community as we move on in 2024. I have a motion and a second to close. All those in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to agenda item number 50, petition number 2023-092 by Great American Storage LLC, location approximately 4.85 acres, located west of Steel Creek Road and north of I-485 ramp, NEATJ, with the Board of County Commissions, number 2, Ms. Leek, and for District 3, Ms. Brown. The current zoning is N1A. The proposed zoning is CRCD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. After staff's presentation, once again, Mr. John Carmichael will join us, as well as Josie Hart, Eric Garcia Salas, and they will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2023-092 is approximately 4.85 acres located west of Steel Creek Road and north of the Interstate 485 ramp. Current zoning is N1A. Requested zoning is regional commercial conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends neighborhood 1 place type. The proposal is for up to 122,500 square feet of self-storage uses. That includes 100,800 square feet of climate-controlled self-storage and 21,750 square feet of outdoor storage. It would install a 65-foot Class A landscape yard, reduced to 55 feet with a fence or wall where adjacent to N1 zoning to the rear of the site. Limits building height of the climate-controlled self-storage to 50 feet and the outdoor self-storage to 40 feet. Also commits to transportation improvements, including relocating curb and gutter along the site's Steel Creek Road frontage to 41 feet from center line, limiting access to right-in, right-out from Steel Creek Road, extending the Steel Creek Road median to the intersection with the I-485 ramp, and dedicating right-of-way along Steel Creek Road to 59 feet from center line. While it is inconsistent, it's perhaps a more compatible use where adjacent to commercial place type, manufacturing logistics place type, and right along the I-485 ramp. There are a couple of outstanding issues to work through, but staff recommends approval. And I'll take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Carmichael?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and members of council and the zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Josie Hart of the petitioner and Eric Garcia Salas, the petitioner's engineer. As Mr. Mangum indicated, the site's about 4.85 acres located on the northwest quadrant of the Steel Creek Road Interstate 45 interchange. It's located right next to the on-ramp. This is an aerial of the site. The site's located across Steel Creek Road from Steel Creek Commerce Park. The site is currently zoned N1A. To the north, you've got parcels that are zoned commercial general. You've got I2CD zoning across Steel Creek Road, and then N1A zoning to the west of the site. So the site is located between commercial zoning to the north and the interstate district to accommodate a self-storage facility that would be comprised of a 3-story climate-controlled self-storage building that would contain a maximum of 100,800 square feet of gross floor area, and then 4 small drive-up self-storage buildings that would contain a combined square footage of 21,750 square feet. This is the rezoning plan, and it's really easy to miss this building here. It's a little narrow building, but so these are the 4 more traditional self-storage buildings here. This is the climate-controlled self-storage building next to Steel Creek Road. There'd be one access point here on Steel Creek Road. It'd be a right-in ride-out only access point. The proposed use is a quiet use, and it's a low-traffic generator, so that might be a benefit here in the Still Creek area. We did meet with the Still Creek Residents Association Land Use Committee on September 12th, and then got a response email that they do not oppose the rezoning request. So we appreciate the staff's recommendation of approval, and we're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any comment or question?
Move to close. Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. We will move on to agenda item number 51, petition 2023-095 by Men in Motion Homes Renovation. The location is approximately 1.99 acres located at the dead end of Pickaway Drive, west of North Graham Street in District 1, my district. The current zoning is N1A. The proposed zoning is N1E CD. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation, site and building design, as well as requested technical revisions. After staff's presentation, we will have Ms. Kate Underwood and Mr. Michael Mitchum, who will have 10 minutes to speak in the affirmative, and we do have speakers against this petition. Ms. Tiffany Cheeseborough, Jose Padilla, and Marty Quinn will have 10 minutes in aggregate to speak against this petition, and if needed, there's a 2-minute rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. This assemblage of parcels is just under 2 acres along Pickaway Drive, just west of North Graham Street there. It's located in an area that is largely dominated by single-family neighborhoods interspersed among the commercial and industrial developments that we see along this portion of North Graham Street. The site is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A, and they're proposing to go to Neighborhood 1E conditional, which is consistent with the policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 1 in this area. The proposal itself is for up to 10 units that would be split among 2 triplex units there at the rear of the site, and then 2 duplex units closer to Pickaway Drive. The site's southwestern boundary would be reserved as a tree save area, which would buffer the development from the manufacturing and logistics parcels along that southwestern boundary. This petition also provides additional stormwater notes related to stormwater discharge. The notes state that if the existing stormwater conveyance on the adjoining parcels is found to be inadequate, the petitioner will make a good faith effort with the property owners to improve the stormwater conveyance or mitigate the stormwater discharge. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon the resolution of those outstanding issues. The proposal provides missing middle density housing, and although this type of residential project is not currently present in the neighborhood, it is still single-family in nature, compatible with the surrounding single-family land use, compatible with the surrounding land uses, and is fairly modest in regard to residential density. Duplexes and triplexes are allowed by right in the current N1A zoning district. The primary differences between the N1A and N1E districts are related to dimensional standards such as lot size. And I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation and the oppositions.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood and Mr. Mitchell. You have 10 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
Hello, council members, and the boss, Mrs. Rosa Hernandez Mitchum of Men in Motion Home Renovations, wants me to send her condolences that she could not be here tonight, but she sent me to explain the project. These are some of the houses, duplex that we're currently building right now off of Mount Holly, Huntersville Road. These are almost similar to what we will have on the project, so for there'll be a few slight differences. These right here do not have any driveways. They have driveways, but the garage. The ones for the Pickaway project will have garages underneath them. This right here is another one of our projects, 208 Pauley, that we currently have. It's in the process of being finished up. It's about 97% finished. and ready to go on the market. Men in Motion, we've been around since 2007, working in the community, and we have, I guess we basically say, what have we not done in the community? Because when the city of Charlotte went and they said they wanted to do something about the homeless back in 2007-8, Men in Motion also stood up, got a couple houses, rehabbed them, and we were able to house 24 men and women who are on Social Security, disability, and veterans benefits who would otherwise be homeless. And those houses are still in operation today. Also, we work closely with the city of Charlotte with the Lead Safe programs. Do you have that clip there? And this one right here, 3125 Bank Street, was featured in the January edition of the Charlotte News. And this is one of the ones that are lead safe programs that we work with the city of Charlotte on. And code enforcement, Mr. Devin Smith, he's the one that posted this right here. That's one of our properties that we do. So what we're saying here, that Men in Motion is here. We're local people, and we build here within Charlotte. And when the city of Charlotte talked about greater density in neighborhoods, we went from rehabbing houses and putting in owners to building houses and other structures for homeowners. And right now we're building duplexes and townhomes. And the one thing about the Pickway project, if you look at it in the way it's designed, it says privacy, because it's off the road, it's set back, and they're not going to disturb any other community. Do you have anything to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Kate Underwood, Daylight Engineering. We're the civil engineers on the project, and I just wanted to add a couple of things. These are the elevations for the project. We're looking at building a nice, livable product, and unfortunately the architect is not available tonight, but Michael can answer some questions about what kind of floor plan we'd be looking at here if you're interested. We do have both a duplex product and also a triplex product. Staff did an excellent job of presenting, and so we'll be brief in respect to Mr. Bakari's plaintiff request for brevity. This site is adjacent to some industrial properties to the south and to the east, and so the existing zoning, which allows for a single-family residential product, doesn't allow for any kind of transition between that industrial use, which is a kind of a rough manufacturing use, compared to the single-family residential. There's no transition. This rezoning request would represent a stepping up of the zoning from single-family to single-family attached, which is a small step, but it would allow somewhat of a buffer, a transition between those zonings from industrial to a slightly denser residential, then down to the single-family residential, which is the existing community. Now, a reasonable and natural reaction to this is that, oh, the traffic is going to be just unlivable with this additional upzoning that we're requesting. And so we did look up the traffic counts that would be associated with this. And during the AM peak hour, so in the morning when you get the most traffic out of this community, you would be looking at 6 trips. And that's a combination of both trips in and trips out. So you'd be looking at approximately 1 car every 10 minutes during the most traffic-heavy hour of the day in the morning. It's slightly higher in the afternoon. It goes up to 8 trips in that peak hour in the afternoon. So while we understand that that's a very reasonable, natural reaction for the community, we do believe that this is this is a very reasonable request. Those are the items that I wanted to highlight. I'm sure that the community does have some issues of concern that we're happy to work through and discuss, and we're also happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Ms. Cheeseborough, Mr. Padilla, and Mr. Quinn, you have 10 minutes to speak in aggregate in opposition.
Marty Quinn, thank you for entertaining us. Our neighborhood is a small, eclectic neighborhood with everybody there has been there for 25 years or more. And some of the things that haven't been answered, they want to put in an HOA, a 10 private HOA unit. That, as we know right now in the city, there's no responsibility when something goes wrong. Who's responsible for it? The drainage is another one at the end of the street. the lots that they're talking about, they're totally non-conforming to what we have in the neighborhood. There are 20 houses in there approximately now. They're all maintained by the homeowners. You bring in a HOA, and then who's going to be responsible for things that go wrong, like was brought up earlier, the drainage, things that go wrong, and we have no clue what they're going to do. They're saying they're going to do it, but if they could send a report in on what's going to happen, when and where, and then they're talking, this is a 2.5-year project to tear up this street and have it be worked on for 2.5 years. 88% of the people on the street don't want this. They wouldn't mind single-family houses coming in, maintaining the neighborhood we have, but to be all of a sudden 10 units come in, and then what happens 2 years, 3 years down the road when they're not being maintained or things go wrong, who's going to be responsible, things like that. So I think that's a huge consideration for this neighborhood. Tiffany?
So the plan, I don't have a fancy presentation to show you guys, but I do have pictures, because one thing they're not showing you guys is kind of the condition of our privately maintained roads. So the plans to change our community makeup of single family include 10 units of multifamily homes of less than 2 acres of land will not only destroy our community dynamic, but put our community's safety at risk. And many of the community's homes are on well water. We're not sitting on city water. So just the traffic and construction itself is already going to decline that water. A 2-year, so we're looking at, right, you're looking at all this around here is all single-family homes. And again, we're not opposed to single-family homes being built, but a multifamily home, that's going to be an issue. 2-year development plan would be devastating to our roads. So we only have one road that goes in and one road that goes out. So this road, Pickway Drive, is it. That's the only roads that go in and out of this community. So if you talk about, they're talking about expanding a small portion of that road. That's it. Every road from here to here is not a part of their upgrade or their maintenance. All these roads from here through here are privately maintained by the property owners. So as the roads are updated and widened for this one section of this particular, where they're talking about the multifamily homes, that leaves the rest of the roads to deteriorate from the existing traffic. So even though she's talking about how the peak and everything, we're talking about bringing 3 to 4 family homes. That's an increase of 30 to 40 people on the roads that are currently not going to be upgraded. The city does not maintain those roads. The city has no plan on maintaining those roads. It's just us. That leaves us. The proposed plans also, when we're talking about, again, I want to show you guys, the roads that we have, they're barely narrow enough to get 2 cars to pass as it is. Again, this is not being upgraded. What they're not showing you guys is kind of the road's condition. I literally had a developer come in, and they literally just came in recently and built a home next to mine. Not a big issue, right? We want the development, we want the upgrade, but they promised us that they would fix the road. They did not. So they left our roads in deterioration. This is recent. This was from an 8-month project where they did not, so this is, again, this is the road that they're talking about changing, right? And I want him to speak because this is in front of his road. So they're talking about just this particular road that is supposed to be widened and upgraded, but nothing else. This is the conditions we're talking about with our road right now, right? That the last developer left our roads in. And they make these promises. These developers come in, they say, hey, we're going to fix this. They don't. They come in, they do what they need to do, they make their money, they leave. And they leave us with the fallout, right? You see that is a dead-end road. That is not a turnaround. That's not a cul-de-sac. So that means the road that goes in as people are coming in and out, they're just constantly tearing it. So this, as you can see, just one car on the road where they're talking about expanding and building and everything for 2 years. And then what happens after that? So I want to leave time for Mr. Patella because this is the road that they're talking about expanding is directly in front of his property.
Thank you. Thank you, Tiffany. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to add furthermore that This plan, again, we're not opposed to single-family homes. Like, we love it. We love to see the community grow and thrive. But this plan proposes adding a lot more families than just another home or two. My property that I own is 2.34 acres and is currently zoned only R3. So adding 10 dwellings on less than 2 acres just doesn't seem appropriate, in my personal opinion. And then furthermore, just adding to how that traffic is going to impact our neighborhood. Right now, we have no sidewalks along any of the road. So when you think about adding cars, that amount of cars and traffic, what is the safety of the neighborhood going to equate to after the fact? I live across the street from this proposal. So for me, I feel inclined to add that it doesn't seem like it's going to be a very private end of the road as it is right now. I've lived here for a little over a year myself. I'm new to the neighborhood. Woo. But the thing that drew me to the neighborhood is the privacy and how this is the second dead end that I've lived on, and I absolutely enjoy how there's no traffic in and out, and this is going to change that drastically. Anything y'all want to add?
I'll also add one more thing. What they're proposing is totally non-conforming to anything in this neighborhood. It's anything but conforming. And I understand that everybody, you make an investment and you want to get a return on your investment. However, it should not be at the expense of this neighborhood. You know, they can change your profit margins, go from multi-use or triple use to single-family dwellings, raise the rate a little bit, make your money, but I don't think this neighborhood should get destroyed by 10 units on 1.9 acres is huge, huge. And there's no system on what they're going to do to make sure everything drains right and goes right. And it would absolutely destroy this neighborhood, multifamily houses like they want to do. And I think there's another way to do it. If they came up with a plan for single-family houses, which is what allowed, and you have to change the acreage or the footage of land that they want. So right now, nothing conforms in this neighborhood to what they want to do. The only way it will conform if you give them more land. And it wouldn't be right. Everybody that has there'd be no yard in that area. So that's the argument for everybody on the street. 88% have signed a petition not to let this go through. And it would be 100 if the other people were in town. So take that under consideration, please.
Thank you, Mr. Quinn. Ms. Underwood and Mr. Mitchell, you have 2 minutes to rebuttal.
Thank you, ma'am. Beginning with the local road, we did reach out to CDOT for an additional follow-up after we spoke about the maintenance of the road, and we unfortunately did not receive a response from them. However, both our survey does indicate that is a public right-of-way, and also the Charlotte Explorer GIS indicates a public right-of-way that is maintained by the City of Charlotte. So there is some discrepancy there. We have reached out for clarification. However, the plans do reflect that CDOT has seen our plans, they have reviewed them, they have requested the mill and overlay that we are showing, and we are proposing to upgrade our section to meet the CDOT requirements. And so I think they would have mentioned something there, but we will continue to follow up. As per drainage, of course, we will be conforming with the City of Charlotte engineering requirements, which include a stormwater control measure, which is shown on the concept plan. It is downhill from the drainage that will be coming to it, and the water from there does go across the street to the small pond that is there, and we are happy to work with the engineering department to make sure that drainage works in consistency with that condition. The water main does stop at the end of Pickway before it makes the 90-degree bend, and so we are proposing to expand the existing Charlotte water main from that end point where it currently terminates down the road on Pickway where it makes the 90-degree bend and then into our site. Again, this would be consistent with the engineering requirements, but also that also allows the residents to connect to that if they so choose, which is a nice benefit for water quality.
You have about 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, HOAs are required to maintain the SCM, and so that's why it's part of the deal. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna open it up for questions, and I'm just gonna kick it off because It's in my district, and I have had the opportunity to speak with Men in Motion about this particular petition. So there are a couple of questions that I had about this particular project, and one area that I wanted to clear up. The first is, there seems to be this discrepancy against what is a private road, thought of as a private road, but then thought of as a public road. Staff, can you provide any clarity on whether this particular road is public or private?
That was my.
Jay Carpenter with CDOT. So the extents of Pickway Drive are publicly maintained. It was last resurfaced in 2001. Generally, we have approximately a 20-year life cycle or so on local road resurfacing, and so we've reached out to our partners within the Street Maintenance Division to inquire about status and potentially accelerating the repaving schedule for Pickway.
Okay. So for clarity, this is a public road that is maintained by the city. Excellent. And then the other question that I had was, earlier, we know that there is industrial south of this particular plot of land. Can we speak to what type of industrial businesses or industry exist here?
Yes, it's an existing trucking facility. And then if we could go back to the first image of the staff's presentation, so you'll see a bit of a tree save on that parcel to the southwest. So there's about 70 feet of tree save before the trucking facility actual development footprint even begins. That is between the actual rezoning boundary and those parcels.
Excellent. Thank you. I do tend to agree with the step down from industrial to single family and the buffer that this creates, but we want to make sure that we get it right. The question around the conveyance of water and drainage, can you speak to the issues or challenges, or at whether there's any issues or challenges in that particular subject?
Yes, ma'am. So Pickway Drive has been around for quite a while, and so there very well may be some drainage issues that are in that. I don't believe it's curb and gutter there, or if it is, it's rough curb and gutter. In the section that is in front of our site, there is no curb and gutter in that location, and so water doesn't necessarily have a good path to go. But if you look in the aerial image, you can see that there's a pond just to the plan north of the site. It's sort of rectangular shaped. That's water there. So the water from this site, it does drain towards Pickway. So we've got a stormwater control measure that will be designed to match pre versus post flows and provide water quality there. And then we're putting curb and gutter along the road per the CDOT requirements. We'll be picking up our water and then conveying it towards that water body. And the condition from staff is that we work with the adjacent property owners as necessary to make sure that that drainage makes it to that end point, or the beginning of the end. That's actually the end of the water, and it continues to the south.
Thank you.
There's no curb and gutter anywhere on
Hang on, Mr.
Pickway
Quinn.
Drive.
I'm actually going to, you have to
Okay.
wait till you're asked the question.
Okay, sorry.
So, Mr. Quinn, I'd like to ask you a question. A couple of things. You mentioned that there is a petition against this particular petition. And I've not seen that petition, but I would like to see it. I was a little concerned that there were only 3 community members who were at the public hearing, and yet you referenced the number of 88 neighborhood members who signed a petition.
They have, matter of fact, I emailed one to your office last week. Do you have a copy of it by any chance? I have your email address. I will send you one tomorrow.
Okay.
And the only reason it's not 100%, and several of the neighbors are elderly, and a couple of them down with the flu and whatnot, and didn't want to come out tonight, and 2 of them are out of town.
Okay. I
That's
just
why they're
want to
not here
make
tonight.
sure that for the petitioner, that we have the right channels of communication with the community. And if we have a high population of elderly individuals that live in this community, to make sure if they're not able to come out physically, or if they're not able to interact with technology, that we can figure out a solution for them to have a voice
Okay.
and say so in what's going on.
I will see that you get that tomorrow.
Okay.
Also, we also have, our community is really diverse. And we
Can you
also-
speak to the mic so everyone can hear what you're saying?
Our community is, again, very small community, but we're very diverse. We also have people in our community that English is a second language. They're not getting communicated with. I know for myself, every time a communication went out that was supposed to be going, I never received it. I had to hunt it down, or a neighbor had to bring it to me. So the first hearing that we were supposed to have never got communicated. The first, the community meeting where they were supposed to meet with people in the community and tell them about our plans, I did not get that communication. And then this hearing, I did not get the communication, even though I followed all the steps necessary to make sure that they had the proper address to give me the communication necessary. And so I know that we have at least 2 or 3 neighbors that, again, English is their second language. They're not getting the communication that they really should be getting because, you know, we can't really speak to them like we would like to be able to. But we can tell you that as a community, we have met ourselves. The reason why us 3 here is to represent the diversity of our community, also as well as the fact that, as Mr. Quinn has stated, most of our community has been there for 20, 30 years. These are decades of generations. We've owned these homes. We don't have high turnover and all this other stuff. These are homes that have been in there for generations. They've gone from, you know, mother to grandmother, from great-grandfather to children now. Like, this is a very small, tight-knit community. And so, again, we're not looking to oppose upgrade. We're just not looking to change we're interested in the safety, again, of our community, as well as the dynamic of that community. That is kind of where our resistance lies, in that bringing in 10 units, 30 to 40 more people in 1.9 acres of land. That's kind of where we are.
Thank you. Staff, did you have a comment here?
No, I was just going to say, I apologize. I know we've spoken before about the mail notices, and I tried to work with you and the petitioner to get you in contact with one another. I think there is confusion about mailing addresses listed through the county, but we did have your address updated on our formal mailing notices that we list on the Acela petition that gets distributed to the petitioner. But I apologize that those notices never reached you.
No worries.
Yep, it sounds like we have a gap in communication, and if you haven't received 3 communications have been sent out, and you haven't received any of them, we have to sort that out to ensure that the community is getting the information they need. Thank you. Ms. Ajamira?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Some of my concerns were addressed. Ms. Underwood did a great job with addressing the drainage issue and talking about like technicality. Appreciate that. I think you've done a great job. It is a very small site, less than 2 acres. But some of the concerns that neighbors have raised is our valley in terms of the city services, especially road pavement. So I would like to, if CDOT can provide a memo to us in terms of our infrastructure request. I think residents deserve a safe infrastructure that is, and also if you could provide a response to those residents in terms of the timeline, that would be very helpful. I did see some of the pictures that Ms. Cheeseborough was presenting earlier, and I appreciate that. If you want to pass that around, you are welcome to do so. You can give it to our city clerk's office. I just happened to sit closer to you, so I was able to see it.
Oh, be careful.
Be careful.
Be careful. In terms of staff, if you could just walk me through the difference between N1A and N1E. The only difference I understood was the difference in dimensional lot size. If you could just explain that, I'm struggling with the difference there.
Yeah, so N1A and N1E, in terms of uses, like I said, they're essentially identical. Duplexes and triplexes would also be allowed by right in N1A. Those dimensional standards that I mentioned are related to things such as lot area, lot widths. And so, for example, N1A has a minimum lot area of 10,000 feet, and N1E would have a minimum lot area of 3,000 feet. Minimum lot widths, for another example, 70 feet in N1A, and then it'd be 30 feet in N1E.
There, thank you so much. And petitioner Man in Motion, is this for rent or for sale products?
Council member, these are all for sale to homeowners And that's what we do. We build these and we do sell them only to homeowners. And that's what we've done for the past 6 years since we started building new construction. And the best thing about it is we're local, we live here, and we're not going anywhere. So if anything goes wrong, you know where to find us.
That's great. Thank you. In terms of, there was other infrastructure requests, sidewalks. I know that's an issue that, as a council, we need to address, and we hear that often. Sidewalks is really an issue where we have many parts of our city that do not have sidewalks. I'm talking about even close to our schools. Our kids are not having safe sidewalks to walk. And that's something that I think City Council will address as part of our retreat coming up. But infrastructure is certainly the top topic for us to address.
Can I make a comment real quick about just real quick?
What I'll do, Ms. Cheeseborough, I will connect with you.
Okay.
And separately, I just don't want to take my colleagues' time. I just want to be respectful of everyone's time here. And one of the concern was about city water. So if someone can, from our staff, can talk about, is the connection there to city water?
So the connection will be made, and it will be required as a developer-donated project. And a lot of those details get worked out in permitting, but currently the water system ends about 260 feet northeast of the rezoning boundary, but there is sewer access on the site.
So the
Existing.
capacity is there, they just have to tap into it.
They will have to build the infrastructure to gap that 260 feet, and they'll tap into it.
Okay. And the last point I had that was not addressed, back in 2021, when Councilmember Johnson and I served on a committee together, where we had come up with a language access plan that we had approved to ensure that we are being equitable and folks with language barrier can access city services, such as whether they would like to speak at rezoning or any of our public forums. So if staff could just speak to that we do have language access plan that was approved. So if someone wants to, if someone's first language is not English, they can, we do provide translation service. So if you could just speak to that, that would be great.
Yeah, so we do have access if requested, so we don't have it printed on our mailed notices. It is something we've explored with city staff to see if that's something we can incorporate. We haven't been able to get that fully worked out yet, but we do have information on folks that need either ADA assistance or language assistance to reach out. We can always get those translation services as requested. So hopefully we'll have a better long-term solution, but that's where we are with it for now.
Thank you so much. And I think, Ms. Babson, this could be one of our follow-ups. As mail notices go out, I think we need to make sure that we are being equitable and we are able to reach people that have language barrier. So I think we need to incorporate this specific language in our notices as they are being mailed out. Because in Charlotte, 1 out of 5 residents is born outside of the country, and we need to make sure we are being equitable in our approach. Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Ms. Johnson?
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. What I hear, and this is what I've done in the past, Councilmember Anderson, is maybe have a follow-up community meeting. It sounds like it could be an opportunity for a follow-up community meeting. Maybe we take an opportunity to have that translator in the meeting, so that we know that the community did hear and did have access to the information. So sometimes that might be an option for another community meeting virtually, and then you all can get your questions answered. But I also wanted to ask about the HOA. So these are for sale units, right?
Yes.
And where on this property is this? Is this down the street and it's at the end of the street, so they will have to pass your house, or is it at the?
So if you're talking about where my home is located, I'm at
On the street, on
Oh,
everyone's house.
Right, so the property is on the, if you're looking at that picture up there.
I'm looking,
If you're looking at right across that bend, so as it turns down, the property comes across and then it goes towards the dead end. So,
Except for the line in yellow.
yeah, so they would have to pass several, I guess to your question. It's not towards the, down at the bottom end, but it's kind of towards the end before we get to the dead end of Pickway Drive. So you would have to pass at least 4 homes. I mean, there's 4 homes after this particular property, yes.
So is it implanted kind of in the middle?
Correct. It's in between two, so there are homes on this, lining this part of the property, and there are homes lining this part of the property. And then, of course, behind it is the industrial on Racine. So they would have to be, they're dead center in the middle of the street. It's not like they're at the end where they're kind of away from everything.
Right.
So once the construction starts, it is completely going to make it practically impossible to move from the 4 homes that are at the end of this to get out.
Okay.
There was a house on the property
Yeah,
at one time. There was a house. Anyway, that resident passed away and it was sold, I imagine, to them. And then they bought a second piece to create the 1.9 acres.
okay, yeah, this is exactly, what we talked about when the 2040 was approved. Duplexes and triplexes implanted in a neighborhood that didn't have an HOA when a property burned down or was sold or something. This was foreseeable. This is not an unintended consequence. This was foreseeable, and I apologize. So, yeah, there's that. I want to ask about the water. This well water, you mentioned well water in the neighborhood. Do some of the residents have well water, or is this city water?
Every home after that property is well water.
So does that mean is it still considered in the city with well water?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still in the city, we just don't have, so if you're, the bend, so when you come up Pickway, there's a bend that goes down and where it goes past this property. Once you get to the top of that bend, the property that would be at their property line is on well water, and every property beyond that. So there's no city water in this particular area. Are you on well water? Yeah. So there is absolutely no water no city water in any part of the part where they're talking about building. It's all well water, all 6 homes?
Hence the donation.
Correct.
Okay, so will this improvement allow those homes to be on city water if they choose, or how will this development affect the current residents?
So for the properties that extend past the rezoning boundary, I think that will have to be worked out in permitting if the donated project to be permitted so that they could tap into Charlotte Water were to extend past the rezoning boundary. But as it states currently in Charlotte Water's notes, this rezoning would just be required to extend the 260-foot gap so that the property would have access to Charlotte Water by extending that main line.
So question would be, I guess, would it be an option to change to city water, or could something happen that the current residents would be required to change to city water?
To change off of well water?
Yes.
Not that I'm aware of. I think really, I don't think it would impact the surrounding residents much, because really what we're looking at is a project that would extend the existing water main just so that it could access this rezoning site. I don't think if it were extended further, I'm not aware of Charlotte Water's guidelines as to whether they then require residents to switch onto the main Charlotte Water line.
Okay. And then I know with new development, sidewalks are required.
Yes, so we have a CDOT outstanding issue listed for a sidewalk and planting strip along Pickway Drive.
So on this street, there's going to be homes with no sidewalk, then sidewalk on part of the street, and then no sidewalk again.
So I'm not sure if once the project is developed, you're going to have that gap, but I'm not sure about the long-term plans of CDOT's maintenance plans. Okay.
Okay, so kind of a sidewalk to nowhere, right?
Because that's what is required in the rezoning. Yeah, I know it's a little bit odd.
No, that's, no, I understand. I can
Yeah.
envision that, actually. It's kind of what got me into
Kinda
civic
goofy. Yeah.
activism. That happened in my neighborhood in Ohio. It was a neighborhood with no sidewalks, a house burned down, and the city put this just strip of sidewalk to nowhere. So anyway, so that's what it's going to look like. Okay, so secondly, lastly, how many homes are in this neighborhood?
Approximately 20.
So when you said 88, you said 88%. Right, okay.
88%,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay. So 20 homes in the neighborhood. Okay. Is this near Oneida? Is it in that area? Does that sound familiar, Oneida?
Yeah.
Okay.
Down the street. Down the street.
So when this was in District 4, we approved something off Oneida, and the neighbors talked about water drainage. And I brought someone from the city out, our city staff came out and looked. There are some issues currently with water drainage in that area. There's been flooding multiple times. So can we, as a city, take a look at this area and address the drainage concerns, or there's something there that we don't want to increase the concerns or the problems for the residents? There is some drainage issues. So if we
Yeah.
make sure that that's addressed, that's really going to help.
Yeah, we can flag out with stormwater, and I will also note that the conditional note that they put on their site plan does go above and beyond what stormwater would require as part of the rezoning process. So they have provided a little bit more robust stormwater notes than we typically see, which is nice. And of course, during permitting, I think as we've mentioned in other petitions, a lot of those details get worked out and fleshed out so that we know the full extent of what needs to be essentially repaired or expanded in terms of mitigation measures in the area.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Watlington?
I just had a quick follow-up question. I might have misunderstood what you said, sir. Can you explain to me what Men in Motion has to do with homelessness? If I understood you initially, you said that these people would otherwise be homeless, but then you said that these were for sale homes, so I'm just trying to understand if I misinterpreted
Okay,
something.
thank you. I was given a history of Men in Motion here in its involvement with the city of Charlotte. And when I was talking about the homes that we manage, we have 5 homes that we have men and some women that are on Social Security, disability, and veterans benefits. You see, when Charlotte announced the war on homelessness and they were going to end homelessness, we kind of joined in and started finding ways to house people. And that was one of the sections of people who would be easier to be homeless because their income is so low. It's lower than the moderate income of most people. The average person on Social Security receives about $710 a month. And that's kind of hard to live on.
And so was the idea that this particular product here, you weren't necessarily speaking to,
Excuse me.
to the work that was happening on this parcel, that was just a part of the
No,
project?
that 2541 Pickway is a different project.
Gotcha.
Right? That's kind of like Beachway Manor, which is another house, it's an apartment complex we have, which we have on Veterans Inn and some people on what's called, not called Section 8 anymore, it's Housing Choice Voucher Program. Right.
Thank you.
And also, I'd like to say that when we had those meetings with the people from Pickway, we also went out of our way to have a private meeting with Mrs. Cheesebarrel, okay? Because she did not make the first meeting, so we went out of our way to make sure we had that meeting. And we do have people that are bilingual, so anybody in your neighborhood, that necessarily they speak Espanol, come see me, okay?
They got to get the communication first.
All right, thank you.
We can do that in Spanish, too.
Thank you, all. Thank you. Miss Molina.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a really quick question. I remember there was one thing that wasn't mentioned about the lots being non-conforming. And so I'm wondering, when you own a property, the aesthetics matter. And so I'm wondering what level of malleability that you guys have as far as the aesthetics are concerned. Like, has that been discussed? Because if you, I'm always concerned when we discuss an asset, the most important asset that a human being is going to invest in, because that's going to bring anybody particular concern, right? No one works harder than what they do for their mortgage, right? Like, that's the biggest bill most of us have. And so we're obviously going to be concerned about what the value of that asset is, whether we can retain that value, whether anything surrounding it or anything that is, associated with it would affect that value. So I'm wondering about the conformity a little bit.
Right, so rezoning plans often build in architectural design guidelines. Are you looking for more information about those architectural design guidelines as it relates to this plan? Okay. Right, and I think Mr. Quinn was also speaking to nonconformity as it relates to that this residential product type does not currently exist in the neighborhood. So switching back to the architectural standards, we do have some architectural standards on this for as it relates to preferred building materials and front porches, but we can certainly have our urban design reviewer take another look at this and see if there are additional standards that he would like to see built into this plan. As it related to Mr. Quinn's nonconformity comment, though, I think you were speaking to this type of residential product in a neighborhood where we only see single-family detached housing. And I will note, though, that this plan and this proposal is consistent with the policy map recommendations. So it is consistent with all the policies that we would look to as staff. We wouldn't differentiate between single-family detached and duplexes and triplexes because all the N1 districts now allow duplexes and triplexes by right. So that's just what we're limited in assessing as it goes for policy.
And if you will allow me, can you tell me what you meant by, was it the actual appearance, or was it the fact that it was?
By non-conforming, it's both. It's the house size and the lot size. So you reduce the amount of land you need, now you're conforming with the land. You're not conforming to the neighborhood. You're changing how much land you need to put a building on it. So if you maintain the 3,000 square feet, or whatever it is, you can't put this development in. You can't. So now you have to change the buildings. They could conform to the neighborhood. You keep the land the same, you keep the buildings the same. That's how simple it is. Change your profit margins on the other end. That's what I think.
Have we considered how this would affect the actual value of the homes that surround it? Does that matter anymore? Is that something that?
It's just not something that we can assess in the rezoning process. There's not enough data for us to go on, especially since so many of our petitions, as you know, proceed as conventionals with no site plans. Those details aren't something that we can get into the weeds of in rezoning. We're just too high level of a process for that, unfortunately. But I understand the concern, certainly.
Okay. Well, it's something I can ask about offline. I'm happy to, get clarity about that offline. Thank you all.
So if you don't change the lot size, you have to change the house size. You have to. It's that simple. The only thing that's going to change in the end is the profit margin. You have 10 units at $400,000 a piece is $4 million. Well, if you don't have 10 units, you only have 5, you have to change the profit margin on the other end. So you don't make as much money, but you keep the neighborhood the same.
Price points of homes aren't something that we would get into in the rezoning again, but I think the petitioner will connect with you offline about some of those details, but those more nuanced price point sort of notes aren't something that we would want built into rezoning plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. We just have one quick follow-up, Ms. Johnson. And
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So we talked about a referral to the committee or to staff to take a look at this, because we talked about this, I believe in, I don't know, was it last year or something, to take a look at petitions. Mm-hmm. This exact type of petition where they were infill properties or projects in an existing neighborhood. We sent that to staff to take a look at. So if we can get an update, not tonight, but if we can get an update on that, Mr. Pettin, these are the kind of petitions, those of us that advocated for that, we were trying to avoid this type of change to or impact on an existing neighborhood. So if we can get an update prior to the decision on this, that would be very helpful for council. Okay, that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Driggs?
I just wanted to mention, we have a pending referral. They're looking right now at sites that are 5 acres or bigger.
5 acres.
And I don't expect we'll have the final outcome of that for a few more months.
Okay, and it's 5 acres or bigger, so that's something, I mean, there are projects that are 2 acres. So, and that's for council, but this was those of us who were opposed to the 2040 plan. This project was the reason, so.
Exactly.
Thank you. Move to close.
Thank you. I have a motion to close. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands.
Somebody say no.
Anyone opposed? All right, thank you all very much. You can return to your seats. We will move on to agenda item number 52, petition number 2023-098 by Queen City Hotels Investors LLC, located approximately on 1.91 acres, located along the west side of Hawthorne Lane, the east side of Heath Court, north of Central Avenue in District 1, my district. The current zoning is TODCC. Proposed zoning is TODCC. Staff recommends this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Anna Patel, if you could come down, and you're here, you'll have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
Thank you. This site is just under 2 acres at the intersection of Central Avenue and Hawthorne Lane, just north of the existing terminus of the Gold Line streetcar route through Plaza Midwood. This site is currently zoned Transit-Oriented Development Community Center exception, and they are requesting to go to Transit-Oriented Development Community Center conventionally, so removing those EX provisions and that associated site plan from 2021. This request is consistent with the designated Community Activity Center place type as specified on the policy map. This is a conventional petition, so there is no associated site plan. Staff recommends approval of the petition. It is within a quarter-mile walk of the existing Sunnyside Station along that Gold Line route, and it will also front the Gold Line's next phase of development along Hawthorne Lane. And I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Town Planning staff. As Ms. Kramer said, this is we don't have a site plan just yet, but we're looking forward to bringing something really additive to the Belmont and Plaza Midwood neighborhoods. I don't want to repeat everything she presented, but I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Any questions?
Move to close.
Ms. Ashmeyer has a
Sorry,
question.
didn't see you.
Not so fast. This is conventional? Is this conventional?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, this is a conventional petition. It was previously a conditional TODCC EX petition. They no longer need the EX provisions that were specified in that conditional plan, so they're just going to operate by right as the TODCC district specifies. So those flexing conditions of the EX plan are no longer needed.
What were those conditions?
So those conditions were to modify quantitative standards of the zoning district in exchange for what would be specified as a public benefit, which in that petition specified adaptive reuse of the existing building and open space. And it was petition 2021-197.
Okay, I need to better understand those conditions in order for me to get comfortable. If you could just send that in a follow-up report, that would be great. But I don't have any questions for the petitioner. Okay, Mr. Breton?
Yeah, I can try and answer some of those now, and Mr. Patel may be able to help out as well. So there was an old abandoned, or essentially a right-of-way on Heath Court, which, if you're familiar with the area at all, it's kind of a small, almost functions as an alley between these uses in Hawthorne and Heath Court. The EX provisions were essentially, we have requirements when you do a parking deck, when it faces an established right-of-way, that you have to provide certain design elements of that parking deck. And because Heath Court is not really functions as a through road, and they were actually in the process of considering even abandonment of that, that didn't pan out. And so they've essentially come back and said, we actually want to do the design standards that you need to do along Heath Court for the parking deck. The previous petition, they actually opted out of those, and they didn't have to do the design standards for that deck. But now that they rethought the project, they're able to meet those requirements. So that, as Holly mentioned, the EX provisions that provided relief, they don't need. They actually want to do what's required of them. So they're actually going back to a better standard than we had originally. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's great. Is this where Charities? Is this where Charity location is?
It's close, so that is.
The parking is behind it?
So that use, I believe, is here. This is where, I can't think of.
Authentica and
Yeah.
Refuge on
Yeah,
one end,
there's
and then
a-
the
Yeah,
1111
there's currently like a
condo.
small boutique hotel there now, correct? Yeah. And an existing building. So that use, I think you're talking about, is on the opposite kind of catty corner here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a great, it's a great place. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank
Move
you,
to
Ms.
close.
Johnson. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I just had a question for the petitioner. So this is for a hotel in that area?
We're not sure yet. Right now, we put in that vacant old kickstand burger place, we put in a 5-room hotel and a cocktail bar as we try to develop the full site plan and the full mix of uses for the site.
Okay, I know that's not required. Do you currently own any hotels or motels in the city?
Not in Charlotte, no.
Not in Charlotte?
In the
Okay.
Carolinas, but not in Charlotte.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm too familiar with this area. So the first business I ever owned was on Atando Avenue.
Oh, was it?
I spent most of my time in Charlotte on Atando Avenue, and I know that landscape so well. But most of that area is industrial businesses, right? Those are mechanic shops, those are steel businesses, those are and I probably know at least 3 or 4 small business owners on that street, right? And so I wonder, you said you want to put a hotel there possibly?
We're trying to
Ms.
develop
Molina,
that
I
right
think
now.
you're speaking to item number 53.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
So we're not on 53.
Oh,
We're on 52.
We're on 52.
no wonder, because I'm like, what? I'm sorry, I slipped. My bad.
No worries,
I'm
no
about to,
Because they're all apartment zone.
Yeah.
wrong one.
No
Sorry.
worries.
Sorry, I was,
No problem.
yeah.
Okay,
a preview
any
of the
additional
next
comments?
Whoever comes
I have a motion to close in a second. All those in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Patel. We'll move on to agenda item number 53, petition number 23-103 by Rangewater Development LLC,
I already know.
located approximately on 12.75 acres, located along the east side of Atando Avenue, the south side of Robinson Crest, north of North Tryon Street in District 1, my district. The current zoning is ML2. The proposed zoning is IMU. Staff does recommend the approval of this petition. And after staff's presentation, Mr. McVeigh, you will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. This site is just under 13 acres along Atando Avenue, north of North Tryon Street, and a part of the city that has historically hosted mostly industrial uses, but is slowly shifting away to accommodate a mix of uses and transit-oriented development in the areas that are closer to the existing Blue Line station south of this site. The site is currently zoned manufacturing and logistics 2, and they're requesting to go to innovation mixed use, which is inconsistent with the recommendation for manufacturing and logistics at this site. This is a conventional petition with no associated site plan. We recommend approval of this petition given the existing and future character of the area, which will have to contend with the balancing industrial areas along Atando Avenue, but also those redeveloping transit projects that we see along North Tryon. And the application of the IMU district here creates a preferred transition between the area's persisting industrial and commercial uses that are north of the site and the redeveloping transit-supported projects that are south of the site along North Tryon Street. So although it is technically inconsistent with that manufacturing and logistics place type, this petition better reflects the changing nature of the area while demarcating a separation between the industrial uses along Atando Avenue and the TOD redevelopment. The IMU district is intended for application at sites such as these that currently have or have had industrial uses but are situated in areas that are transitioning away to petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McVeigh. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Rangewater Real Estate. With me tonight, representing the petitioner is Palmer MacArthur, and he's available to answer questions should you have any. I think Holly has described to you very well the request. It is a rezoning for a portion of a parcel that has split zoning. Part of it, the area to be rezoned, 13 acres, is zoned ML2. We're requesting IMU, as Holly mentioned, in an area that is transitioning from historically industrial uses to more different types of commercial uses. We are in close proximity to the existing 36th Street Blue Line station. We are in a corridor of opportunity, so it is a location where the city is looking to change the mix of uses. The IMU district helps us do that. And again, the existing use on the site is a trucking company, trailer repair and storage. We do have the right of branch that splits the site. The site that to be redeveloped or zoned IMU is here. We are working with the county on greenway dedication through the land development approval process. And again, just to show you close proximity to the existing blue line. And then, as Holly mentioned, we are technically inconsistent with the policy map, but it is an area where there have been recent rezonings away from industrial. It is a corridor of opportunity where transitioning away from heavy industrial to other commercial uses is something that is seen as a positive step for this area of the city. We're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Any comments? Ms. Molina?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. How many, is there anything even like it on Atando, Tryon, anything in the vicinity? So I know that right there on the corner of 36th Street and Tryon Street, they're erecting where a dealership used to be, an apartment building, right? You got a brewery down the street.
That's right.
There is not anything that is not industrial on Atando Avenue, like not one building. And it is an international corridor of business owners from around the world.
Correct. And there has been, as you go back towards North Tryon Street on Atando, there have been recent changes to the TOD zoning district to start to make that transition away from those industrial uses that have been historically on Atando. So the changes is just now progressing. It has occurred along North Tryon, where Amelie's is at 36th. It has crossed.
But Amelie's is on 36. It's not on Tryon or Atando.
The Amelie's and then the site next to Amelie's where the residential is being built.
That's on Tryon.
At 36th. And so this is the next across North Tryon at Atando, and as you can see on the zoning map here, the zoning has already started to convert and change, and the uses, as you mentioned, No-Doubt Brewing, which is right across the street here on Atando or close proximity, has already made that transition. So this is continuing the transition of the uses on Atando.
Well, No-Doubt Brewery is actually on Tryon Street, and it's up the street going towards 36, or away from 36th Street. It's not on Atando.
It's correct. It's
Yeah,
further.
It's not on Atando. It's
Correct.
actually going towards the city, away from 36th Street in the opposite direction. So for the record, I want to make sure that that's not misrepresented.
I'm not trying to misrepresent it. I'm just saying it's in close proximity to Tryon and Atando, and it's part of the transition of the area. And again, I would point to the existing zoning along Tryon and off Atando that have occurred between us and Tryon as part of the transition of the zoning. The development will follow.
So this is a plan with, so no associated site plan? No idea of what is even wanting to be done, just zoning it so that you can do a mixed use to possibly fit what may come? Is that what we're asking?
It is a conventional application, you're correct, and it is, so we do not have a specific site plan. We anticipate actually residential uses being one possible look here, and that the IMU district would accommodate that.
I'd like a follow-up offline. I actually, this is not my district,
Yes,
but I
ma'am.
would love to follow up with you
Sure.
offline to get some more information. I don't want to keep my colleagues here with some of my concerns because I have a list of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ms. Ajmir?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Molina raised a good point. This is a very large site. We are talking about almost 13 acres and not have a site plan. So what was the reasoning behind doing it a conventional way?
So for staff's perspective as to why conventional petition, we were comfortable with that, is because it does establish a transition. So it essentially establishes a line between those activity center type development that will occur under the TOD projects on the south and the existing commercial and industrial developments that are along Atondo Avenue. And innovation mixed use is really a preferred place type here for us. Because it does establish that transition. And I guess to speak on the transition a little bit more, as far as future needs are concerned, I think CDOT has identified Atondo Avenue, and it's being targeted for a street conversion, which will add curb and sidewalk, bike lanes, and pavement markings along Atondo Avenue. And so that would service future projects in this area. But the application of IMU here felt comfortable because it is intended for areas that did have industrial uses, but maybe converting to something else without it converting full step to an activity-centered place type, which we would not be comfortable with here. Does that speak to that concern a little bit?
So I understand that this will provide much-needed transition to address future needs, especially as we are talking about the street conversion. But I'm struggling with why would staff support this being conventional? I just, without knowing really the site plan, I have a difficulty supporting this. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you. I would also have difficulty supporting the conventional. Perhaps it seems like, just based on the presentation, we need more information.
Sure.
So if it's something that maybe could be refiled as conditional so that we can ask the questions that we would like to ask. That's been done before on different petitions, but I can sense my colleagues' discomfort because she knows the area so well. And I know it's your district, Councilwoman Anderson. So the businesses that might be displaced, the Economic Development Committee, we really have to start, maybe take a look at that as a referral when small businesses are being displaced and what we're doing when areas are being gentrified. We had one earlier in the university area. So this, during the strategy session, maybe that's something that council can take a look at as the city's changing. I also wanted to ask, let's see, if this is changing over from an manufacturing area to possible residential, do we do any environmental tests?
Yeah, so any brownfield sites identified, that would be worked through within the Brownfields program, which is a state program. And they would have to identify any environmental mitigation measures that they would have to do as part of the development. But some of that would be better identified during the permitting process. But again, that's worked through primarily with a state agency that does the Brownfields program.
Because if it's been manufacturing for a long time, and I don't know what smokestacks are over there, if we could, the city's changing.
Metal recycling.
Yeah, metal recycling. If we can do some air quality tests before the petitions are reviewed, I just think that's something that if we're looking at changing certain areas that we have to consider potentially foreseeable issues.
Yeah, understood.
Okay,
I hear
thank
that
you.
concern.
Thank you. Ms. Molina, did you want a quick follow-up, or were you gonna?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, and actually, this is for our staff. I'd actually like to know, because this just brings something to mind. We got small business owners, and it is so hard to start a small business. And when you have probably put your house up, done your savings, you have survived through the pandemic, and you are brick and mortar, and then there's this
big grandiose plan that says, okay, we got different plans, and now you have to like go and figure out what you're going to do as a result. We got to talk about that, because that is a disservice to the human beings that have the courage to step out on their own. It is not easy to start a business. It is not easy to sustain a business, and it is hard to sustain a brick and mortar business. And so to say without any type of, I guess, information to the people on that corridor who have been working their buns off probably day and night, providing for their family, this is the way that they provide for their family, very likely, that we got different plans, and they probably don't even know it's coming. It's unfair. It is unfair. It is a disservice. And right now, we're not servicing the citizens, especially the courageous people who, and this is personal, who have the courage to step out on their own. It is not easy. And we owe them, we owe everybody on that corridor, if we make this decision, the right to know that this is coming so that they can re-baseline and figure out how they're going to feed their families as a result. This is unfair. There is nothing in my heart that can support this right now until we have some more conversations, because it's not right. Thank you, Ms. Molina. I will point out that there was a public hearing for this particular petition, so it is going through the proper stage gates of a rezoning. I understand your passion around this, but I want to take that conversation outside of this venue, because that's very much a policy-driven conversation. And so if staff will follow up as it relates to that policy, that would be very helpful.
Move to close.
Second. Thank you. I have
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have a motion to close in a second. All in favor of closing public hearing, raise hands. Any opposed? Okay, excellent. Number 54, item 54 has been deferred, so we will move on to agenda item 55. Petition number 2023-126 by Commonwealth Ave Development Corporation, location approximately 1.42 acres, located on the east side of Nations Ford Road south of Farmhurst Drive and north of Deanna Lane in District 3, Ms. Brown's district. The current zoning is N1B. The proposed zoning is N2A. Staff does recommend the approval of this petition. And after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown, you'll have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. Petition 2023-126 is approximately 1.41 acres located on the east side of Nations Ford Road, south of Farmhurst Drive and north of Deanna Lane. It is right across the street from petition 2023-80 we discussed earlier this evening. Current zoning is primarily N1B, small sliver of R20 MF. Requested zoning is N2A. The 2040 policy map reflects the current zoning and calls primarily for neighborhood 1 place type. It is inconsistent, however, staff feels that based on the surrounding two sides being zoned R20 MF, developed with multifamily residential use, as well as the frontage on a thoroughfare and the proximity to neighborhood commercial establishments, that staff is recommending approval, and I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council Members. Colin Brown on behalf of Commonwealth Development. Sean Brady with Commonwealth is here with me tonight. This is a pretty simple rezoning petition, and although there's not a plan, I did want to explain this to you. Commonwealth Development is an affordable housing developer, and they are, this is interesting here, they are developing the property all around this site. That is a project that the city has participated in with housing trust funds. As they're doing their design, if you see on the screen here, the part that we're rezoning tonight is outlined in yellow. They do not have plans to build on this site. So that's why we don't have a conditional plan. The current zoning will allow a driveway to go through the site, and that driveway will serve the development. The only point of this rezoning is right now under the current zoning, we could not locate a playground or a picnic area in the area that is yellow. It is preferable to Commonwealth to have a playground and picnic area closer to their clubhouse. So that is the entire point of the rezoning. If the rezoning was not approved, the Commonwealth will still develop their development. They will construct a drive through the site. The question for you all is, could we zone the yellow area to a district that can accommodate a playground? And again, it's not a conditional plan, but I'm showing you, and you can see the other plans, the use that we're looking for are those that I've mentioned. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Ms. Ajmira?
This is a no-brainer. Move to close.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing.
the playground?
All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, you might as well stay put here as we move on to agenda item number 56. Petition number 2023-127 by DP Partners, located approximately on 1.2 acres, located along the north side of South McDowell Street and the southwest side of Baxter Street, east of East Moorhead Street, and District 1, my district. The current zoning is NC. The proposed zoning is UE. Staff. It just says staff. I'm assuming staff recommends this?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Our copy just says staff,
I don't have that in
period.
front of me, sorry.
Yes, okay. And then after staff's presentation, Mr. Brown will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
Petition 2023-127 is approximately 1.29 acres, located on the north side of South McDowell Street and southwest side of Baxter Street, east of Moorhead Street. Current zoning is NC. The requested zoning is Uptown Edge. 2040 policy map recommends Regional Activity Center. Request is consistent with that policy map recommendation. Staff recommends approval, and I'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, you have 3 minutes.
It is as straightforward as Joe mentioned. Again, if we can have the slides up. This is DP Partners. This is the old the Duncan Parnell building, which has a near and dear site to me. I used to have to be there folding zoning plans and racing them down there when we turned them in public, in hard copy before the digital age. But as you can see, this property located super close proximity to Uptown and Atrium's Pearl development. This rezoning is simply bringing the site into conformity with the recommendations from the 2040 plan.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
Move to close.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and continue to stay where you are as we move on to agenda item number 57, petition number 2023-128 by Senco Properties. The location approximately 27 acres located along the southeast side of Roxborough Road, the southwest side of Colony Road, and the northwest side of Sharon Road in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is MUD O. The proposed zoning is MUD O SPA. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, we will have, once again, Mr. Brown and Jennings Snyder will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Petition 2023-128 is located along the southeast side of Roxborough Road, the southwest side of Colony Road, and the northwest side of Sharon Road. The site is approximately 27 acres and is currently developed with an apartment building on 1/4 of the development areas, and the other 3 development areas are vacant. The site is currently zoned MUD O, mixed-use development district optional. Proposed zoning is MUD O SPA, mixed-use development district optional. Site plan amendment, the 2040 policy map recommends the regional activity center place type. The MUD district is consistent with the RAC place type. Site plan amendment calls for an increased building height in development area C, which is here, from 160 feet to 190 feet, and removes an 85-foot transition zone along Roxborough Road. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. The proposed height is consistent with the RAC place type and the UDO zoning standards. and the site is surrounded exclusively by existing and entitled non-residential and mixed-use residential developments. Happy to take any questions after Mr. Brown's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. You have 3 minutes.
Mayor Pro Tem Colin Brown, on behalf of Cinco Properties, Jennings Snyder and Tim Hose are both here tonight if you have additional questions. This is the site of the Colony development, which was a major rezoning about 10 years ago. It is continuing to develop out now. And, you know, as South Park has matured in the last 10 years, things have changed. There's zonings across the street that have higher and similar heights. So this petition is to amend that to add 30 feet of additional height. That is still significantly less than the height that is recommended in the current RAC district. I think we've had good conversations with the community, and I'm not aware of any opposition, so happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any question or comment? Mr. Bakari.
Well, Mr. Hose, it's great to see you here. I look forward to the next month of conversations and you continuing the good work.
Any-
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We move on to agenda item number 58, petition number 2023-129 by Wells Fargo Bank National Association. The location is approximately 1.48 acres located at the east side of the intersection of South Church and West Brooklyn Village Avenue along the northwest side of South Tryon in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is UMUD O SPA. Proposed zoning is UMUD O SPA. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions related to the site and building design. And after staff's presentation, we will have Mr. Anthony Fox, Emily Van Zyl, and Gaurav Gupte. We'll have 3 minutes in aggregate to speak in the affirmative.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2023-129, that's an acre and a half. We know the site well between Brooklyn Village Avenue, Levine Avenue, the Arts, South Tryon, South Church Street. There is a existing zoning of UMUD optional. That optional was also amended at one point. I don't remember the exact date that the first site plan amendment was done. This is an additional site plan amendment to the existing UMUD optional plan that governs the site. The policy map does call for a regional activity center, which UMUD does support and is consistent with. This proposal is for development standards that would accompany the petition to propose to allow up to 2 skyline signs at a maximum of 1,880 square feet each, so that's 1,880 on either side. That would total out at 3,760 square feet. And that would again be for a skyline sign. Optional provisions are needed. We do have skyline sign requirements that we do have measurements and ratios for. They don't go beyond, I believe, 500 feet as far as the calculations we use to determine how large the signs can be. So this one goes well beyond that 500-foot height threshold. So we are here to present the petition that's been requested by the petitioner. And again, it is for an optional provision to amend the original site plan and amend the optional provisions that we've got currently to allow potentially this 1,880 square foot sign on either side of that building. So staff does recommend approval of the petition. As mentioned, we do have some technical revisions related to site and building design. It is consistent overall with the Charlotte Center City 2040 Vision Plan, which was adopted in 2021. That plan doesn't make specific land use recommendations for Uptown. And this isn't technically a land use related item. It's more of a zoning related item that is governed through those optional provisions. So we do feel comfortable citing the Charlotte Center City Vision Plan for this, and it does deem that it is consistent with that. The plan does encourage future development and redevelopment that would contribute to the overall viability and livability of Center City. And again, we do feel that this petition does meet the spirit of that plan. And we will be happy to take any questions following Mr. Fox's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, members of the zoning committee. I'm Anthony Fox from Parker Paul, Adams and Bernstein, and representing the petitioner in this rezoning petition 2023-129. I'm joined with Emily Van Zyl and Guray Gupta. Guray he's with Perkins and Will and is the engineer on the matter, and Emily is a representative of the petitioner. As I mentioned, this property and staff, I'd like to thank staff for their diligence in working with the petitioner on this one. This property, as you are well aware, is located in the center city at South Tryon Street and Brooklyn Village. It is approximately a 1.4 acre site. You can see the building. The backdrop is currently used for commercial and general office use. The aerial shows the location of the site, which most people are familiar with, and this shows that the current zoning is UMUD O SPA. There are 4 development conditions, and we're seeking to add a 5th development condition to the site plan through a site plan amendment. So the zoning would still be UMUD O SPA with a site plan amendment with the additional condition, and I'll get to that in a minute. This is a showing of the site plan, and this is the proposed condition. It simply would provide for signage to allow for 2 1,880 square foot skyline signs with a total maximum sign area of 3,760 square feet to be allocated between the 2 sides of the existing office building, and they will be located, the signage will be located on what some people refer to as the handlebar or the handle of the building. The meeting, a community meeting was held. No one attended the community meeting, and we have received no opposition to this petition. We have also received no written opposition to the petition. On the left, I think I can see it, is the depiction of what the 1,880 square foot signage would be. Justification for the signs is really kind of simple. It's consistent with the prior approvals that this council has made. It's consistent with the Truist Center sign. This sign would result in, if the approval is granted, of an 1,800 square foot sign would equate to 14 foot tall letters, which is the same height of the letters on the Truist building. The scale of the lettering is supported by the height of this building. This is your 2nd largest building in the downtown corridor, and relative to the Truist sign, this building is 786 square feet in height compared to merely a 659 square foot height of the Truist building. The largest letters would have little impact on the pedestrian, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I want to take the opportunity to thank the petitioner for meeting with me on 2 occasions to discuss this. It's, from my perspective, it kind of fits into the requirements that the staff has laid out in his commentary in reference to their support for it. Mr. Fox, when you met, you said that it's kind of embedded into the sign. That signage right there was kind of made for it, signage?
The band of the building will accommodate the lettering that will be proposed on this building, unlike the Truist building where there was an appendage that had to be made. This will be architecturally consistent with the building and the style.
The design of the building, yeah, so it kind of fits right on there, and is consistent with 2040 plan, et cetera. And so I just wanted to relay the message to council that I've met with the petitioner on 2 occasions, studied the plans, and looking forward to next month when we come back and making an affirmative vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Last time when we approved this was Truist sign, and that was like almost half the square feet. We are talking about 980 versus 1,880 square feet. Much bigger in terms of the scope here. Do we have the design and how that will look? Because I didn't catch that.
To the left there is the signage as it would sit on the top of the building. at the 880 square foot.
So how would that look? I'm trying to vision.
Let me go back.
Yeah,
The top part of the building is where the signs will be located.
right. So do we have a design how that would look on the building?
Do we have the design? No, the request is for the size and lettering without, and the square
That was
footage.
that's work in progress.
It is.
Got it. Well, I know when Mr. Gaurav Gupta is involved in any design, he'll do a master excellent work, so I'm not worried about that. But with that, it's rare that we don't have any opposition on this, because I remember when we did Troyes, there was a lot of opposition, even from the ones that were the original architecture behind it. So if Mr. Gupta is okay, I'm sure it's all good. So with that, move to close.
Second. Ms. Johnson had raised her hand to be recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I remember when we approved this change, what our former Mayor Pro Tem said. I don't know if any of our colleagues remember what he said.
I don't
But,
remember.
he said the skyline's going to look like a CVS aisle.
Oh.
So my question is for the city staff. Is there any requirements or consistency or policies for consistency or guidelines of what's going to be allowed? As far as lighting, are we setting any parameters for any uniformity or anything?
That is one of the items. We did ask for some clarification on the type of letters, which I think we requested that they clarify that they're the same kind of channel letters, which was approved recently for the Honeywell sign, which is not too far from this building. It just really gets into the type of lettering and how they're lit, in a little more specifics than just having a square footage requirement. And that, I believe they're willing to make that change and clarify that they would use the channel letters, which again is the same type of signage we've seen for other more recent approvals. Again, Truist was a little bit of a different, unique situation with the architecture kind of having to be retrofitted for the sign, where in this case, the building does have a pretty good plate for signage. We just want to know the types of letters for that exact reason, just to understand the lighting. If they are the channel letters, they would look very similar to, how Honeywell has theirs backlit, and just to show those as defined, but they wouldn't be, too bright of a visual detractor for anything.
I know businesses have their brand, and Wells Fargo's obviously one of our largest employers in the city. But I think as a council or as a city, we should be very thoughtful on how we want our skyline to look in the next 10, 15, 50 years, and decide if there should be parameters or uniformity or something. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. I had a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to agenda item number 59, petition number 2023-134 by Park South Townhome Community LLC, located approximately on .997 acres, located along the west side of Park South Drive, east of Park Stone Drive, and north of Archdale Drive in District 6, Mr. Bakari's district. The current zoning is N1A, proposed zoning is N1FCD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site design, environment, and transportation, as well as requested technical revisions. After staff's presentation, we will have Matt Winston, Walter Nichols, and Eric Button. Matt Winston and Walter Nichols will be speaking in the affirmative, and they will have 10 minutes in aggregate. Eric Button will be speaking against this petition and will have 10 minutes to speak, and there will be a 2-minute rebuttal if needed. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just under 1 acre along the west side of Park South Drive and the periphery of the greater South Park area, as you can see in the aerial image that we have there. The site is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A, and they are proposing to go to Neighborhood 1F conditional, which is consistent with the Neighborhood 1 place type designation. The proposal would allow for up to 10 units in a configuration of 2 triplexes along the Park South Drive frontage and 1 quadplex to the rear of the site. There would be a 10-foot Class C landscape yard around the perimeter of the site, and the proposal's transportation provisions include a commitment to construct an ADA-compliant bus stop in coordination with CATS. Freestanding lighting fixtures would be fully capped and shielded, and there is an identified tree save area, as is labeled up there, at the rear of the site. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues. The proposal's combination of triplexes and a quadplex help create missing middle density housing in an area that has an established mix of residential product types that include single-family detached and multifamily attached, all in the direct vicinity of this subject site. Neighborhood 1 conditional plan, Neighborhood 1F conditional plan maintains the single-family character of the neighborhood, and future residents would be able to readily access the goods and services offered on Fairview Road, less than half a mile walk from the site, and they could utilize public transportation through the CATS bus stop that is currently located at the site's northeastern edge, which, as I noted before, will be improved by the petitioner. I'll take any questions following the presentations.
Thank you. Mr. Langston and Mr. Nichols, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I'm Matt Langston with Landworks Design Group. Walter Nichols is here on behalf of the petitioner as well, available to answer questions you may have. As Holly mentioned, our site's located on Park South Drive. There's existing single-family attached across the street, a couple of different projects, and there's a redeveloped single-family, small, detached subdivision just to the north of us. And so, Park South as a thoroughfare is sort of becoming a sort of a redevelopment corridor, adding a little bit more density as the city continues to grow. So what we're proposing, as she mentioned, is 10 units, a mixture of triplexes and 1 quad in the back, which are both in keeping with the N1 place type. We worked with staff to locate the driveway across from the driveway into the townhome development across the street. We had a neighborhood meeting back in early December, had pretty good turnout. We met with Mr. Button, who lives behind the property, and his neighbor to the north, and met with them out on site following to talk about some existing drainage concerns that they had about their property. There's an existing stormwater project that the city put in this corner back in here, and that's added some sizable storm drainage pipes. We're doing investigation. We've got a survey that's got incomplete information because the other end of the pipe was buried. The surveyor couldn't locate it. We're trying to find the other end of that pipe so we can hopefully connect our stormwater system into the existing pipe system. When we met with Mr. Button last month, we talked about working out an access route through his property as well, so we're in active conversations about that. As Holly mentioned, we're going to be widening our frontage on Park South Drive. We're extending the sidewalk network, and it will be contiguous to the sidewalk that runs the rest of the way up Park South to Fairview and to the rest of South Park, so that'll be improving walkability along Park South. One of the other things that we talked about with the neighbors behind about existing storm drainage was the possibility of working on possible grading modifications back here that would alleviate these drainage concerns that they have that are existing coming from other properties. This is a representative elevation of what the buildings could look like. One of the things about Neighborhood 1 is you've got that sidewall height. I don't know if you've seen in the UDO, there's a requirement that sort of limits that building mass to being more of like a 2 to 2.5 story elevation rather than the 3 stories plus the gable roofs that you've seen on a lot of single-family attached products. But this is an example of how that roof line would look, and the mass is certainly in keeping with single-family detached architecture. Here to answer any questions you may have, and
We have a
yield my
speaker.
time.
Thank you. Mr. Button, you have 10 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. My name is Eric Button, and as Matt mentioned, I live directly behind this proposed development. And I want to say off the bat that I'm not opposed to the development. What I'm opposed to is moving forward without having specific drainage issues included in the plan. I have a tremendous amount of rainwater that comes through the back property down my property towards my house, as does my neighbor. And all we're asking for, and I'll admit, Matt and Walter have been very gracious in working with me in trying to determine whether we could tie their stormwater into the existing easement that's on my property or that's already on their property. But my concern is that we haven't gotten any approval from the city, and that's not in place. And I'm just asking that we get that in place so that my property does not become compromised. Basically, what they're doing is they're taking two properties that had a large area of drainage area, and they're putting in parking lots, they're putting in roads, and they're putting in 4 buildings. And now that whole area is going to be impervious, and all that water has to go somewhere. And the way the current plan, proposed plan, it's not even an approved plan, is at the bottom of their property there would be a detention pond. And that detention pond is designed by the engineers with stormwater to capture all the rainwater runoff. But the problem is, if it doesn't go into the storm drain, then it drains directly onto my property from that detention pond. And it'll create a perpetual wet spot all along my property. So that's where my opposition lies. It's not to the project itself.
Thank you. Mr. Langston, you have 2 minutes rebuttal.
Sure, thank you. So our project, we're proposing underground stormwater quality and detention within the alley. I don't know if anybody can pull the site plan back up, or let me see. So it would be in this area in here, and Mr. Button's correct. The low point of our site is down here. As I mentioned, when we met, the intent was to make a connection, come to an agreement for an easement to connect our stormwater underground into the existing pipes. And when we got our survey, we discovered that there's another pipe that we didn't know about that aims towards our property. We're waiting for the weather to improve, to get a camera in there to see how far, if it gets to our property, we will connect with that, and we won't have to touch Mr. Button's property at all, and our stormwater will connect underground. If that pipe doesn't get to us, we'll be pursuing an easement agreement with him to connect through his property. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to create an underground solution.
Okay. Mr. Bakari?
Can I get staff who knows about stormwater, or as much as possible? I guess it sounds like there's a lot to still figure out. I guess my question is, and whoever can answer this, how much can we reasonably get done in the next month before we come to a decision to actually really kind of solidify Mr. Button's concerns in a plan, or knowing what is not possible?
Yeah, so I'm not a stormwater expert, so I'll have to follow up with you on more specific details, but stormwater does sometimes provide advisory comments that aren't always baked into plans, so we could reach back out to stormwater and see if there are additional comments that they would like to see worked into the plan. I did just check again, and stormwater has closed out of all of their outstanding issues that they did have listed on this. The rezoning process just isn't typically where we get into the weeds of this, but I'll connect with them and see what we can work through with the petitioner.
My request of staff and then all of you would be, I would expect as much certainty on what's possible here before a month from now. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. I agree with Mr. Bukhari's comments. This is from my recollection, this is third time where we have asked stormwater question, and we don't really have anyone from stormwater to address it. So Ms. Babson, if you could just put in a request so that we have someone from stormwater department to address council's questions and concerns as we are discussing some of our rezonings, because I think that's an important piece of the puzzle that we need to get addressed in public hearing. Thank you. That's all I have. Move to close.
Second.
I'll second to close. Excellent. I have a motion to close and a second. All those in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you all. We're going to move on to agenda item number 60, petition number 2023-136 by William L. Simmons, location approximately 2.26 acres, located along the north side of Dupree Street, west of Rosel's Ferry, and south of I-85 in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is ML2. Proposed zoning is ML2CD. Staff recommends this petition. And after staff's presentation, Monty Simmons, you will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative. Thank you.
Petition 2023-136 is located along the north side of Dupree Street, west of Rosel's Ferry Road, south of I-85. The site is approximately 2.26 acres and is currently developed with an industrial use. The current zoning is ML2, Manufacturing and Logistics. The proposed zoning is ML2CD, Manufacturing and Logistics Conditional. The 2040 policy map recommends the innovation mixed use place type for this site. The ML2 district is inconsistent with the IMU place type. Approval of this petition would revise the policy map to the manufacturing and logistics place type. Proposal calls for a vehicle repair facility major, which is permitted in the ML2 district with approval of a conditional plan. In addition, all uses permitted by right under prescribed conditions in the ML2 district would be allowed. The proposed use would comply with the requirements of the UDO for the ML2 district and the prescribed conditions of Article 15.4.GGG for vehicle repair facility major. Staff recommends approval of this petition as the petition is consistent with the uses that currently exist in the area. The site is adjacent to I-45 and a freight rail line. Screening is required, and noxious uses such as outdoor storage junkyards would be prohibited. I'm happy to take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Simmons, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. I'm the architect for the project and here representing the owner. They intend to use the project as the owner has a business at the end of Dupree Street, Zero Waste Recycling, and they intend to use this location to repair their trailers, their over-the-road trailers, for their operation, and they're just seeking the conditional approval.
Thank you. Any comment or question? Mr. Graham?
You mentioned screening as a part of it, and it cannot be used as a junkyard.
Yes. So there are several uses listed that are prohibited under this plan that would typically be allowed in the ML2 district. And just to note, the site is currently zoned ML2, so those could be developed if the plan was not approved, but this conditional plan takes out some of those uses that may be more noxious and provides screening at the appropriate locations.
Okay. Move to close public hearing.
Second.
I have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Simmons.
Thank you.
We move on to agenda item number 61, petition number 2023-139 by Lincoln Harris, located approximately on 1.62 acres, located along the southwest side of West Brooklyn Village Avenue and the northwest side of South Tryon and the southeast side of South Church Road in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. The current zoning is MUD O. Proposed zoning is MUD OSPA. Staff recommends the approval of this petition upon resolution of technical revisions related to site and building design. After staff's presentation, Mr. Cullen Brown and Scott Kurz will have 3 minutes to speak in aggregate for the affirmative. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. 2023-139, it's we have another sign optional request in front of y'all this evening. This one is about 1.6 acres. It's located along the southwest side of West Brooklyn Village Ave, South Tryon Street and South Church Street. It is currently zoned UMUD optional, and this would be a UMUD optional site plan amendment. The optional provision we'll get into in just a moment. It's recommended for a regional activity center under the 2040 policy map. The proposal is to potentially allow up to 3 electronic changeable copy wall signs. All 3 signs would total 5,900 square feet. You can see sign number 1 is at the site's Tryon Street Plaza. That's proposed to be 1,400 square feet. Sign number 2, which is at Tryon Street and Brooklyn Village Avenue, is proposed to also be the same size at 1,400. And sign number 3 at Brooklyn Village Avenue and Church Street is proposed to be up to 3,100. And that does wrap the building and has some sign face on both frontages on those 2 corners there. Same with sign number 2. Actually, all 3 signs have a large side on one frontage and then a smaller wraparound that goes onto the other frontage. So again, it's an optional provision to allow signs up to these sizes. That's at discretion now through the rezoning process. We are looking again at the Charlotte Center City 2040 Vision Plan, which again does just simply state that they'd like to see Tryon Street have a distinctive destination, which increasing visual interest along the street. We have had similar signs requested through this same optional process, and we just discussed one a few petitions ago. We are recommending approval at the moment on this one with some technical revisions that still need to be addressed, and we will turn it over to Mr. Brown and follow up with any questions you may have for us after his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, Colin Brown on behalf of Lincoln Harris, Scott Kurz is here with me. As Dave mentioned, and of course we did just hear a signed petition, this one's very different. That petition was what I call the eyebrow signage at the top of buildings, which is directed at folks driving, at folks seeing the city from above. This is a completely different design for this one. And if you look, it's important where it is. So here we are at Tryon in Brooklyn Village. This is kind of an active open area there. We have the stadium here. We have the Gantt here. We have the convention center. So this is one of the city's most vibrant kind of social pedestrian districts. And as we're kind of looking at Uptown and keeping its vitality here, these buildings are not directed to the skyline. They're not directed at commuters. They are focused on that pedestrian environment. This project and the design of these buildings were designed with this future signage in mind. LS3P is coordinating the building design. And so what we've got are really 3 locations. Dave mentioned the signs. They're each at kind of the corners of the building. And the reason that square footage sounds big is because there's corners, so there's half of that on each face. But again, they're low to the ground. This is not something that is trying to get, a commuter or driver's attention from 277. This is as we've got folks going from our convention center to our events at the arena to our convention hotels, that we can have signage that is active and engaging at the lower level. The goal is that they're not just hung on the side of a building. No shade to Epicenter that has a lot of signage, but these were intentionally designed. So if you can see these building elements were designed to have a sign added to them. And you can see, so they're integrated into the building design so they don't look like an afterthought. Here, this sign actually screens a very large parking deck and is more attractive. So that is the goal of the plan. We've engaged with the city's economic development team as we began this conversation. ACC coming to this building, part of the reason we want some activity and excitement here. So happy to take questions, but again, I certainly know we've had a lot of conversation about this building signage that everyone in the city can see. This is not that. This is directed at folks on the ground that are going from our stadium to our convention center and really engaging with them. So happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Graham?
No questions.
Thank you.
Excellent. Do I have a motion to close public?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We will move on to number 62, petition number 2023-140 by John Patel. Location is approximately 3.54 acres located along the south side of Thomasboro Drive and west side of Lucky Penny Street east of Edelman Road in District 2, Mr. Graham's district. Current zoning is CG ANDO. Proposed zoning is N2B ANDO. Staff recommends the approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Mr. Mark McWana will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
All right, thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem. This is 2023-140. It's just over 3.5 acres, as mentioned, on Thomasboro Drive, just off of Lucky Penny and Edelman Road, really off the main strip of Freedom Drive there, right at 485. It's currently zoned CG, which is our commercial general. It does have an airport noise disclosure overlay as part of the zoning. They are requesting to go to N2B and maintain that airport noise disclosure overlay as well. The policy map does recommend commercial in this area, right off the interchange. This is in an area just off of the Freedom Drive corridor of opportunity, which I believe does kind of terminate there at the end of Freedom Drive in Bradford, but it's also within that area of influence that we do look at as well when we're going through some of these petitions. This is, again, going from that CG to that N2B. It is conventional, no site plan, so they would be limited to N2B uses, which is primarily single-family attached, multifamily. They could also do a building that could be integrated with multifamily and non-residential uses on the ground floor. It would just open up a little bit more of the residential opportunities that could be pursued on this property. And staff was comfortable with that and is comfortable with that transition, particularly given its location in the general vicinity of the corridor of opportunity there. As mentioned, it is inconsistent, but we didn't have any significant concerns with taking this to neighborhood 2B in this particular location. So we are supportive of the petition, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marquana. 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you all the council member for taking the time to hear my petition today. My name is Mar Makwana. I'm presenting on behalf of a family-owned company, JDH Developers, John Patel, my boss. We are taking this 3.5-acre parcels. It is a conventional rezoning, but one of the only reasons we do not have a site plan is because we are not planning to change any physical buildings. The buildings will remain the same. Everything inside the buildings is original, more than 40 years old, electric, mechanical pumping. It doesn't have current code upgraded life safety system. It doesn't have sprinkler system. We intend to renovate the building to its full capacity to the latest codes. One of the reasons for changing it to rezoning is that would allow us the opportunity that affords a little bit of a mixed use into residential. We're grateful for staff's vigilant due diligence on this matter. We're grateful for staff's recommendation for approval, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Ms. Brown?
So you said you don't have, thank you. Madam, I gotta keep it. Dante Anderson, Mayor Pro Tem, thank you so much. You said that you don't have, there's no plan for it, right?
Yes, ma'am. We have not engaged an architect yet.
Okay. Are you thinking about the future, what you might do with it?
Yes, once we go through rezoning, we would engage an architect and we would include the residential component into these existing buildings.
Okay, so it says right here that it's inconsistent with the 2040 policy map, but it's recommended for the commercial place type.
That is correct, ma'am. So 2040 policy map would recommend, let's say it recommends something commercial. Having a little bit of residential aspect kind of goes not consistent with that. However, if you look at the existing structure, it sits on about 15 feet of grading from the main Lucky Penny Street all the way towards the back of the property. There is a 15 feet of grading. Those are 3 very strong concrete masonry unit structure. So there are 2 stories. For any developer to come, try to demolish concrete structures, 45-year-old, try to grade it, it would not be a good return on the cost investment. Adding a residential component benefits the neighborhood community. We have had the appropriate community zoning information meeting. We have had talk with our neighbors. They have engaged with us. We have had conversations with them. We have notified staff about the meeting. We have followed all the due process. And we feel, even though it's slightly inconsistent with the 2040 policy, just like the staff says, these are one of the areas where you look at it a little bit more closely and there are no concerns, and it's only a net positive.
All right, so you said you're gonna be getting and doing the staff meeting with the neighborhood?
We did that already.
Okay, Mr. Graham, was you present?
I was not.
Okay, all right. I'll speak to my colleague, Mr. Graham, about my concerns, but thank you so much. Motion to close.
Second?
I have a motion and a second to close. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Makwana.
Thank you, all the council member. Thank you, staff. Thank you.
We will move on to agenda number 63, petition number 2023-144 by Atrium Health, Inc. Location is approximately 14.28 acres located on the north and south side of Baxter Street, east side of East Moorhead, and west of Pearl Park Way, Industrial SPA. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to the environment and building design. After staff's presentation, Mr. Carmichael, as well as Dennis Miller and Ryan Lewis, will have 3 minutes in aggregate to speak to the affirmative. Thank you.
Thank you. This site is just over 14 acres along the edge of Uptown, located along McDowell, Baxter, and East Moorhead Streets. The site was rezoned to mixed-use development district optional as petition 2021-092, otherwise known as the Pearl Project, and they are requesting a site plan amendment to that previously approved plan. The 2040 policy map calls for a regional activity center and community activity center, which this site plan amendment would be consistent with. Then the amendments to the plan would include modifications to the parking minimums, signage, and setbacks. All of the uses approved in the original petition, as well as all the other associated conditions, would remain. The parking minimums for the site would be modified as follows. So it would reduce the parking minimums for residential uses from 1 space per unit to 3/4 of a space per unit. Reduces parking minimums for hotel and motel uses from 1/2 a space per room to 1/4 of a space per room. And reduces parking minimums for all other uses from 1 space per 600 square feet of those uses to 1 space per 1,000 square feet. It also proposes modifications to signage, so it proposes 2 monument signs with a maximum height of 7 feet and a maximum sign area per side of 182 square feet in Development Area A, which is the development area closest to Uptown, so furthest away from Dilworth, just to orient you. It also proposes 1 skyline sign in Development Area A with a maximum sign area of 1,520 square feet and 1 skyline sign in Development Area A with a maximum sign area of 850 square feet. And neither of those signs would face East Moorhead Street in the broader Dilworth neighborhood. It modifies the minimum setback on the proposed street section HH, which would run essentially parallel to Baxter Street just south of it, so that the ground floor of the building maintains a 12-foot setback from the back of curb, but all other floors located above the ground floor may have a setback of 0 feet from the back of curb. So in the event that the floors above the ground floor are less than 12 feet from the back of curb, the structural support columns for the upper floors may be located within the 12 feet minimum ground floor setback. And in the event that the floors above the ground floor are less than 12 feet from the back of curb, the minimum clearance from between the adjacent sidewalk and the upper floors of the building shall be 15 feet at least. And in the event that the floors above the ground floor are less than 12 feet from the back of curb, street trees will not be required to be installed in the planting strip, but shrubs would be installed. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon the resolution of outstanding issues. The modifications presented in this petition to the previously approved conditional plan are minor in nature and would not significantly change the development that was originally approved in 2021-092. And I'll pause there and take any questions after the petitioner's presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council and zoning committee. I'm John Carmichael here on behalf of the petitioner. With me tonight are Dennis Miller with Wexford Science and Technology and Ryan Lewis with Kimley Horn. I'm going to really power through this since it's only 3 minutes. But the petitioner is requesting a site plan amendment to the approved conditional rezoning plan to request the approval of optional provisions for the site relating to parking, the setback from the terminal street, and signage. No other revisions are being requested. With respect to parking, the current minimum parking requirements, as Holly stated, are one per space per dwelling unit, a half a space per hotel room, and one space per 600 square feet for all other uses. What's being requested is 3/4 of a space per dwelling unit, a quarter of a space per hotel room, and one space per 1,000 square feet of gross floor area for all other uses. With respect to the setback, this is street HH, okay? And then this is street HH, this is McDowell, this is Moorhead Street, to give an idea where it is. The current minimum setback is a minimum of 12 feet and a minimum of 20 feet. And what the petitioner is requesting is that the minimum setback only on this street be 12 feet for the ground floor of a building and 0 feet for upper floors of a building to allow it to create an arcade. The minimum clearance between the sidewalk and the upper floor of a building would be 15 feet. And these are just some examples of what that could look like. Sorry if I'm going so fast. So in terms of signage, as Holly stated, they're requesting 2 monument signs on Development Area A, each with a maximum height of 7 feet and a maximum sign area of 182 square feet per side. It'd be on Development Area A, closest to I-277. They'd be right here on this street. And then these are illustrative examples of the 2 monument signs. They're requesting 2 signs on the westerly-facing facade of the medical school building, each with a maximum size of 750 square feet. The signs could not face East Moorhead Street. These 2 signs will be located right here. This is McDowell. This is Baxter. That's where the signs would be. And these are the signs, Wake Forest Medical School sign and an Atrium Health sign, each with a maximum sign area of 750 square feet. They're requesting 2 logo signs, each with a maximum size of 400 square feet on the easterly facing side of the medical school building. They would not face East Moorhead Street. These 2 logo signs would be here. This is McDowell, this is Baxter. And these are the 2 logo signs, each with a maximum size of 400 square feet.
You have about 20 seconds.
Thank you. Then there's a tenant sign with maximum size of 500 square feet on the northerly facing facade of the research building. That's right here. This is facing 277. And then a tenant sign with a maximum size of 325 square feet on the northern side of the parking deck, would not face East Moorhead Street. And that sign will be located here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carmichael. I will open up discussion. Mr. Carmichael, can you speak to the DCA, Dilworth Community Association's perspective on this particular petition?
So we had a neighborhood meeting on, it was in December, it's early December. And I think we had about 13 people there. And there was not a lot of discussion of the signage. Once we said that they would not face East Moorhead Street, I think there was a concern by a lady in Lattice Square that the signs would face Lattice Square, but they would not. Lattice Square, the condominiums on Moorhead Street.
Yes.
There was, in terms of the setback, John Friday did not like this reduction in the setback if Street HH is a public street, but Street HH is a private street. So if it's a private street, John was fine with that. And I don't think they had a concern about the signage. I don't like speaking for them, but that's my recollection. There was more of a discussion about the parking. Some folks at Lattice Square were worried that overflow parking would travel over to Lattice Square. But when we described, and Dennis can speak to the parking in a little more detail, how it would work, I felt like they felt better about it. But but overall, I don't think that they had too many concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, can you just speak to the parking?
Absolutely. Good evening. So the lady from Lattice Square, her concern was during the games that persons would be parking in their condo parking lot. However, the structured parking as well as the additional on-street parking will be available during those times. So with Lattice Square being further from the stadium than this site, we believe that people will be utilizing this location for parking versus going to Lattice Square. And once that was explained, she became a little more comfortable.
Excellent. I will say that the neighborhood, the district, and of course, the city is very excited about the Pearl and having the medical center here, the medical school here in Charlotte. Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. If we're proposing to reduce the parking somewhat, how's the bus or the public transportation in that area? Have you all worked with CDOT to make sure we have frequent bus stops?
Brian
bus
Lewis,
routes?
civil engineer with Kinley Horn. So there is a bus route that goes along South McDowell Street, and so that'll be put right here. And then there's actually two routes that follow that current track. We've been coordinating with CATS on potentially taking a new bus route that would come down the back of the med school, kind of behind here, and then route along Pearl Parkway, and then connect to Kenilworth. CATS has been in favor of that as part of the transportation management plan that we had as part of the original rezoning case. So those discussions are ongoing, but there will be bus routes in this area. There are also multimodal transportation options that we're investigating.
Okay, so full disclosure, the Enlivian building, I'm very familiar with that, which is next door.
Yep.
There are a lot of people who aren't mobile, in wheelchairs or scooters, and there's currently not a bus that runs along Baxter Street. So those folks are riding their wheelchairs or scooters all the way to, what street is it, Kenilworth?
Yes,
It's
Kenilworth.
very dangerous. We need another bus stop in that area. So this is a great opportunity to work with this developer, and hopefully we can get some additional bus stops. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, and for everyone here, the Enlivian building's over in this direction along Pearl Parkway. This is Baxter and to Pearl Parkway, so that routing would benefit them.
Okay, all right, thank you. Move to close.
Motion, second.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion and a second to close public hearing. All in favor, raise hands. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. We will move on to the last item of the evening.
We don't have 64 in our book.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, we only, that was the last in our book.
No, so you should have a printout of
Printout, okay.
item 64. It was inadvertently left out of our book, and so staff has printed out a copy. You should be sitting at your seat.
You sure did.
This is, so item 64 is the last item of the evening. Petition number 2023-133, located on approximately 8.5 acres, located along the west side of McFarland Boulevard, north of Reagan Drive, and south of University City Boulevard in District 4, Ms. Johnson's district. The current zoning is ML1. The proposed zoning is IMU. Staff is in approval of this petition, and after staff's presentation, Meredith Richmond and Jay Preister will have 3 minutes. Preister will have 3 minutes to speak in the affirmative.
Petition 2023-133 is located along the south side of McFarland Boulevard, north of Reagan Drive, and south of University City Boulevard. The site is approximately 8.5 acres and currently developed with a mixed-use building containing restaurants, office, and retail. The site is zoned ML1, manufacturing and logistics. The proposed zoning is IMU, innovation mixed use, a conventional district. 2040 policy map recommends the innovation mixed-use place type. The IMU zoning district is consistent with this place type. This is a conventional petition. There's not an associated site plan and would allow any use in the IMU district. Previously, the property would have been zoned I-1, which did allow for a larger variety of non-industrial type uses such as retail and restaurants, but the ML1 does not allow for that. So the IMU district is in keeping with the policy map, permits a variety of uses that's in keeping with the character of the area, and staff recommends approval of this petition. I'm happy to take any questions at this time.
Thank you. Ms. Richmond, you have 3 minutes.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, zoning committee, and staff. I'm Meredith Richmond with Cambridge Properties. The proposed IMU zoning is consistent with the 2040 plan. There's been no opposition from the community, and we have provided staff with a letter of support from University City Partners. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? I have a motion to close. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Second?
All in favor of closing public hearing and adjourning? Raise hands. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.